the dreams of your kids can be realized.
Yeah.
Do you believe the current tax or levy structure discourages the uptake?
Okay.
Like, do you believe the current tax and levy structure discourages that uptake of insurance growth?
Okay, thank you so much again, moderator. So I think the question should be, how do tax and levy coexist with the vision we have to the industry?
Okay.
Okay, I think that should be phrased in that way, to say whatever we have as tax or levy also address the vision and the development plan that we have as an insurance industry.
Does it realize that?
So that's where I'm going to address. If we are saying that a particular product is being sold, let's say 1,000 Tanzania shillings. Within 1,000 Tanzania shillings, it's not only tax that is included within that 1,000. You have administration expenses, you have commissions, you have other loading that we can do as an insurance company. Okay? So how often do we engage regulators to work with them to say, these are the area where we feel we can adjust, so that the end customer can have advantage in terms of feeling that this product that you are selling is cheaper or is somehow affordable. As an insurance company or insurance service provider, is there any other loading that we feel we can regulate? We can adjust to make the price for insurance products be affordable to our customer. So much as we are also engaging regulatory authorities and other policymakers, but we need also to check our house to say, but there are costs that we can actually reduce to make our products more affordable. Let's say having more employment of technologies in terms of distribution to save the distribution cost, so that someone can access my product at an affordable price. But also that does not stop us working closely with the regulator to say there are areas where we can improve as a country. And I can give an example that ZEPRI has demonstrated over the year. We always have the so-called regulatory forum on a yearly basis. And last year we did Insurance Regulators Forum in Zanzibar, where more than 13 commissioners of insurance was there, including our beloved Dr. Sakwari. Why do we keep those kind of engagement live and active on annual basis? It's because these are the people who are shaping our industry.
Correct.
But we are the one on the ground. We have to tell them this is what's happening on the ground.
Correct.
Instead of maybe without hypothesis saying probably this parameter is the only cause for, let's say, people not taking insurance. So I believe there are areas that we need to improve, but I think as an industry we need to enhance that engagement with the regulator.
I could get back to you, Mr. Issa. Mr. Muhana, Mr. Issa said 31% of the survey done are saying the prices are on the higher side. And, you know, clients often perceive taxes as part of the insurance cost rather than government charges. Does the current tax structure on insurance premium support or hinders financial inclusion? And how can policymakers balance the revenue collection with the need to expand the insurance penetration?
Instead of talking about it,
Right.
I would like to talk about tax incentives, and that I think I can talk about it later on.
Thank you. That was very, very brief. Yeah, please.
So I'm glad I'm standing up. I want to tell you, because our friend Isa, our brother Isa, talked about penetration of insurance in the market. I think you should be proud that the penetration is small. Because the penetration is small reflects your culture, reflects where you are coming from. Most of the population of Tanzania at one stage lived in the rural areas. In the past 10, 15 years, they have been living in cities. So the need of insurance, now we are talking about life insurance, the need for life insurance became bigger as you live in cities. When you live in villages, there is a family structure, take care of it. And if you permit me, I'll give you a small personal example. I come from a village. When my uncle, my dad's brother, passed away, my father took care of my two cousins and myself and my sister. And that was normal. That was not really being nice. This is how families are all about. We live in the villages. I went, studied abroad, I came back, my cousin grew up, studied abroad, and now he lives in France, and his wife with children, and we met over Christmas in Lebanon. I asked him, do you have life insurance? He said, what for? He said, God forbid, if something happened to you, I will not be able to take care of my children and your children. When my dad passed away, there was no big deal. We lived almost in one house. He said, how much should I pay? I said, about $100. He looked at his mom and said, go to the church and donate $100. This is how dumb he is, or he was. Because he's a village boy. He is not realizing about the financial implication about people living in cities. So it is, and at that time I thought I was like a broker. I was selling insurance. So this is where people should realize how to promote insurance, understanding the needs of the people.
Thank you, Mr. Muhana. To you, Issa, the last point that I grasped from Mr. Muhana is financial implication. Should insurers be allowed greater flexibility to pricing risks, or rather than relying on prescribed minimum rates? Should insurers be given that flexibility in pricing the risks, or should we maintain what we have, the minimum rates?
Okay. Thank you again, moderator. So I think before responding, I think it's very important to go back and think, why did we have minimum rates? Yeah, and what were the reasons that drove the market to have the minimum rate? Okay, and for those who attended the CEO forum yesterday, there was a paper presented by PwC which actually suggests various challenges within the market, including the undercutting. And to my understanding, what we have, it's a minimum. It does not deny me to charge more, much as on the ground is actually difficult, because people always prefer the minimum. But there is a flexibility to say, because of this particular risk is very big, I charge more than what I can charge on the minimum rate. And the real question will be whether those reasons that drove us to have minimum rate, are they really resolved at this very moment to allow that kind of flexibility? So we need to assess, is undercutting resolved? Okay? Are we making profitable business on underwriting? So like 2022 alone, I think it's 14, it's only 13 companies out of 31 companies that made underwriting profit.
Yeah, that would have been my second question, since you're mentioning that.
Yes.
Do you think insurers currently are making enough underwriting profits, or are they heavily relying on investment income to sustain themselves?
Okay, so I'll finish this and then I'll come back to that second. So if we are still facing the issue of underwriting profit, then it reminds us there is a need to have a very strong regulation on undercutting. And there are some very good insurance companies, but they're being penalized because they're more compliant. Mm-hmm. So I think the enforcement in terms of following the rate is very important. That's how we are going to enhance the profitability aspect of it. And now coming to that second question, whether the insurance company are heavily relying on the investment income, I think investment is also part of the insurance business. Yeah, much as we do underwriting, we are expected to pay claims as well. We're expected to meet our cost. So definitely you can't separate investment and the insurance company. But of course our core business is underwriting. So at least we would expect on an underwriting perspective, we are making some progress. And that's where the issue of pricing. We had discussion yesterday to say the critical challenge in terms of reserving. For example, lack of proper skills, particularly actuarial, to assist in terms of pricing and innovations. But again, ball back to us as insurance service providers, we also need to be creative to say, is there a way where we can still comply with the minimum rate, but we can make the same product seems affordable to our client? So instead of, I know some of the innovation that have been made, which are very commendable to say.
Structural changes would have the greatest impact on increasing insurance penetration. Given impact on increasing insurance penetration, given it in the next 5 years. Yes, please.
Again, actuarial and non-actuarial perspective. Actually, you are very lucky that you have one regulator that regulated the insurance industry and the pension and social security industry. Not many countries in the world have single regulator that's regulating both industries. Countries that have separate to boom on the expense of the growth of the other, because he wants to be or she wants to be the regulator of a bigger sector in the market. In this case, employer almost for the rest of their career. In the private sector, 10% on the employee is too high, and this is why compliance is very weak. There is a lot of things happening behind the scene, employer talking to their employees to grow within the next 5 years.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Harold Adamson. I'm the CEO for Jubilee Health Insurance in Tanzania.
Yes.
Just with due respect, I don't blame the tax, but I want to put what is the current situation in the country, and I believe we have also guys from the TIRA here. So we have a genuine issue on the structure of tax in Tanzania, insurance industry, particularly in health insurance. Particularly in health insurance where I sit. The VAT is exempt when it comes to health insurance, but for intermediaries, the brokers, it's VATable. So this creates a commercial and tax inefficiency between the parties. And if you look at it, the premiums, they're exempted, but when I pay the commission to the brokers, I have to pay with VAT. And this attracts more cost to the clients, and indirectly, VAT should be ideally neutral when you regardless of the distribution channel, when it's a direct business or through the broker, it should be ideally neutral. So looking at it, most insurance company, health insurance company will prefer to have a direct business, which is not possible nowadays. In my book, I have less than 1% of the direct business. Most of the business will be coming from the brokers. So at the end of the day, the business will be expensive. Can be this rectified? Yes. In a couple of years, we've tried to write to the ministry to see how we can help. We think our regulator have been very proactive to see how we can change this particular policy. So we believe that either we change the policy so that we reduce the cost which is coming because of the taxation, or we introduce the zero rating health insurance part. So in this way, I can recover at the end of the year through the VAT input. Thank you. That's my comment.
Thank you very much. The concern is well noted. And any other person from the audience? Mwalimu.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you, the panelists, for your well-prepared submissions. And my question goes to my friend Isa. So you said that there are reasons which brought MROs, and we need to assess whether these issues have been really addressed. Would you care to mention and enlighten us on these issues which brought about the MRO? And the part B of my question is, profit is a function of revenue minus expenses, in the simplest sense. Now, if we don't check one side of this equation, if we define what is the minimum price that you're paying, and then you are not controlling your expenses, is there a way that will ever see profit? Thank you.
Thank you, Mwalimu. Mr. Isa, I allow you to respond.
Thank you, Dr. Anselim. You see, the only thing that you know as a teacher, you always has A and B question. Yeah, a normal person would just ask one question. But to go back to your question on what were the reasons that drove us to have minimum rate. So I'm not as old as Dr. Suleiman, but at least I remember what happened. You know, the market were having issues in terms of profitability, and the study was commissioned to the actuarial study to do, is there a way where we can do something around the price so that we can at least improve the profitability within the industry? And that when now we had the market adopted actuarial rate. And within the ATI level, I think those rates were actually started to be implemented after the study. And the minimum rate, I understand, is just come to Gazette, the same study, which was done by us, insurance company, because we saw there was some issues on profitability. So whether are we experiencing profitability right now, the statistics, they're clear and open that we are still struggling. In terms of underwriting profit, I've given an example for 2022 year alone. Even now, most of the companies are still facing the underwriting profit. So I still believe we really need to have the strong regulation on the pricing, but also reward people who are actually complying with the minimum rate, instead of rewarding people who are not actually in compliance with the minimum rate. Now on the part B now, in terms of is it only the price that we need to regulate, or we also need to put our effort on managing how the company do their administrative expenses? I think it's very critical, and I totally agree with you to say management expenses ratios should also be checked to say, yes, you are pricing the product in line with the MRO, but the expenses are too much in terms, in such a way that you might end up having an underwriting loss. So I think it's just a framework. The regulator is here, where how best that can also be enforced. But I totally agree with you to say you can't only manage the price, because it's profit is a product of price and quantity. So at least we also need to put much effort on the expenses and many other factors as well. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Isa. I have a question here, and a note and a question. Would you want to read it?
Yeah, so I'll be Mama's voice today.
Right.
So my voice is not as soft, but bear with me. So Mama Ikongo has asked a question. She used to enjoy, you know, tax exemption on life policies back in the 80s. And see, this is one of the things that sort of, you know, motivated her to, you know, purchase because of that leeway on the tax part. And this question goes to Mr. Mohana. Do you think this would be another?
Yes, please assist with the mic.
I didn't do my morning walk today, so this up and down is catching up with missing my morning walk. Engaging all regulators is very important. I took the initiative personally a few months ago, and I went and knocked primarily for occupational pension scheme. And then they can appreciate what is being done as far as clients are doing. Yes, engaging TIRA is very important, but not in such setup. It should be really on a group setup, technical setup, for them to understand that. Again, I would like to reiterate, 93% of their dollars, that's their savings. However, if you have a spread of insurance companies, and one insurance company goes belly up, you still have other companies. This is one example. If you allow me to give you another example. When you have very large fund, it's like an elephant, cannot move very much. What happened in Saudi Arabia, the pension fund is a major pension fund. When they decided as a government to do privatization of telecom, privatization of railroad, privatization of this, where did they instruct? They instructed the pension fund to invest in the stock exchange in these organizations. When the prices went up,
contribution that made from the experts on the panelist, but my concern is on the policy. And if you want to activate these things to move forward, we might need a policy activations. So what could be the policy reforms that we might need in for the next 3 or 5 years to make Tanzanian insurance industry to be one of the most competitive insurance industry in East Africa?
Thank you very much. That was my last question I was planning to ask the panel, but since you raised it, who are you directing the question to? Anyone? The question to? Anyone? Anyone that would want to answer? Mr. Issa?
Thank you, Dr. Emmanuel. The good thing you are coming from the regulators. So it is a good thing that you have raised that there is a need for us to align ourselves with the vision that we have. But I think the first thing that we need to highlight is to say, at a country level, we have Vision 2050. We have Financial Sector Development Master Plan. And then if we go back to our office and ask ourselves, how many company strategies align with Vision 2050? How many insurance company strategies align with the Financial Sector Development Master Plan? And the coordination is very important. So I think there are existing policy tools that are already in place. That one should be my first recommendation, is actually to actually implement what is already exist in the market without the need to create another form of policies. So we have the Financial Sector Development Master Plan, we have Vision 2050. We need to cascade that into our day-to-day operation as an insurance company. If our aim as a country is to be middle upper income economy by 2050s, as insurance service providers, what are we providing to address that aspect? So I think we have, the good thing, we have the tool that can lead us at an individual level as a company to be able to create policies and framework that address the bigger picture that, in my opinion, we already have those kind of policies. I know the regulator is continuously helping us in terms of some of the policies, including the national insurance policies. We have mandatory policies, mandatory insurance that have been introduced for the past 3 years. We need to first start by implementing what we already have before coming up with a new set of policies that can remain as a document. So it's for us also to integrate whatever we do with what is already in the
Thank you, Issa. I would give you 40 seconds, Mr. Muhana, and I would also want you to give your opinion on this. What one policy reform would you recommend? In 40 seconds.
Asking for one policy, that's the most difficult thing. The only, if I want to say
what
one
would you
word, I
recommend?
can say thank you for having me. but since we came all the way, I think we should speak a little bit more than one policy.
I'll add to 20 seconds, one minute.
You have to look at the needs of the people.
Right.
The needs. In this country, you should be very proud of your culture. I've learned it when I came here, that when somebody dies, his father or his mother, they go to the village for good 10 days, 20 days. Now, if these employees, by law, he's entitled to leave his employment and to go. But if he is a barber or hairdresser, and he goes to the village for 10 days, he lost income. No insurance companies are providing, they provide funeral cost. You sell funeral cost policy, life insurance. But not about if he dies and somebody to bury him. But nobody is selling insurance for the extended family's life. If anybody of their extended family die and the guy have to drop his work and go. There are tons of products that you can do so you can grow the market. You don't have to mimic the West. You have your own needs, you have your own particularities, you should be proud of and allow them to feel that a hairdresser in Dar es Salaam she can leave her shop and disappear for 2 weeks and mourn, and without realizing I've lost my income. So these things that you can do. Please don't ask for benchmarks. Benchmarks are dangerous. Be creative. You have all the tools and something that you...
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Mohana, you want to die standing. When I retire, I would like to be like you. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been not 90 minutes, but 1 hour. And maybe this is why penetration is still low, because he told me he would be overseeing my doctorate at IFM. His name is Charles Chanya. He's got over 15 years of expertise in the insurance. Right now, he's a part-time lecturer at IFM doing risk and management. And he told me he's also pursuing his PhD. So you need to do it very fast so that you take a role of my supervisor. Karibu sana. Rounds of applause for Mr. Charles Chanya.
Guest of honor, Dr. Bagayo Sakwari, the Commissioner of Insurance, Mama Khadija Said, the Deputy Commissioner of Insurance, Mama Margaret Kongo, the President of Insurance Institute of Tanzania, Mr. Hamisi Suleiman, Chairperson of Insurance Days Organizing Committee, Chief Executive Officers from the insurance industry, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. First of all, I want to take this opportunity to apologize. My presentation was supposed to start before this, but uncertainty happened, risk, obvious. So I apologize. In Swahili they say, asiyejua kosa hawezi kusahisha. So it is both an honor and privilege to stand before you today as we celebrate Insurance Day. Allow me, first and foremost, to commend the Tanzania Insurance Regulatory Authority, the Insurance Institutes of Tanzania, the Insurance Day Organizing Committee, and all stakeholders who has dedicated to shape the future of our industry. Insurance Day is not more than annual. It's not more than annual gathering. It is an opportunity for us to reflect on how far we have come, honestly assess where we are today, and most importantly, discuss where we want our industry to be in the years ahead. There is much to celebrate. Over the past 3 decades, Tanzania has made a remarkable progress in strengthening its insurance sector. We have established a robust regulatory framework, embraced risk-based supervision, introduced microinsurance and other stuffs which definitely strengthen the market stability and consumer protection. This we can continue to build. However, as with any development, market progress invite deflection. Today, I would like to invite us to consider a simple but important question. If Tanzania has made such significant progress in insurance, that is the conversation I hope I will be having this morning and the rest of the day. My presentation is therefore not intended to criticize what has been achieved, but to encourage a constructive dialogue on how government, regulator, insurers, brokers, reinsurance, and all stakeholders can work together to better align policy, practice, and purpose for the benefit of our country. With that in mind, let us begin by examining the current reality of our insurance market. So, let's begin with encouraging news. Tanzania insurance market has grown significantly. Industry asset has grown up. More people are covered ever before. Regulator has strengthened supervision, governance, and solvency requirement. This achievement deserves recognition. However, when we compare this progress with overall size of our economy and population, we begin to note something interesting. Growth has been positive, but it has not been transformational. The observation leads us to naturally the next slides. Over the last 30 years, Tanzania has introduced impressive series of reform, risk-based supervision, micro-insurance framework, inclusive insurance initiative, digital insurance regulation, consumer protection, and mandatory insurance in some classes in the market. Each reform addresses an important market need. Collective, they are created one of the strongest regulatory foundations in the region. Looking only at our regulatory framework, one might reasonably expect insurance penetration to be substantially higher than where it is today. But that is not the case. This is the question that is sit at the heart of today's presentation. Perhaps we should ask ourselves, if policies have improved, if regulation has improved, if supervision has improved, why insurance penetration remain at just 2%? In comparison within the region, for example, and South Africa at the continental perspective, they all face the same challenges. Yet, the market have evolved different that tell us that economic condition alone cannot explain market performance. We therefore need to look beyond traditional explanation. When we compare regulatory frameworks, something fascinating emerges. Almost every major regulatory tool exists across this country. The risk-based supervision, the micro-insurance approach and initiative, consumer protection, digital regulation, financial inclusion strategies. On paper, we are remarkably similar, which means regulations itself cannot fully explain why outcomes differ. This is perhaps the most important conclusion from comparison. We often debate whether we need new policies. But perhaps the better question is, how effective are existing policies being translated into market outcome? Having policies is one thing, but innovation and limited trust from the consumer. None of this can be solved by regulation alone. They require coordinated action across government, regulator, and the industry at large. Physical policy matter. Insurance, unlike most consumer products, it is a financial resilience tool. Every additional tax increases the cost of protection. When the premium becomes less affordable, fewer people buy insurance. That affects household, businesses, and ultimately national resilience. So I leave this question with all of us. Going forward, should insurance taxation remain primarily as a revenue instrument, or can physical policy become a strategic tool for expanding financial inclusion and strengthening economic resilience? I believe this discussion deserves a greater attention. Looking across the region, successive markets demonstrate several common characteristics: strong collaboration, consistent policy implementation, consumer focused innovation, stable physical environment. If you take an example of VAT, for example, in Kenya, they don't have VAT on insurance premium. And when you look at the penetration, Kenya is ahead of Tanzania. When you look at South Africa, which is perhaps the continental leading or matured market, they are on 12% penetration. They have a lower they have a lower VAT on general insurance of 15%. So I think physical environment is key. Long-term commitment to market development, this lesson not model to copy, but experience from which we can learn. Ultimately, Tanzania's future will depend less on writing new policy and more on aligning existing policy with execution. The government, the regulator, the insurer, the broker, the reinsurer, and all complementary law, market transform is a shared responsibility. Government creates enabling environment. Regulator build confidence. Industry deliver value. Customer create demand. None of this can succeed independently. The future depends on collaboration rather than individual effort. Tanzania has laid a strong foundation which we should recognize and celebrate the progress. The next chapter is not about rewriting regulation. It is an industry continue working together with that shared purpose. I have no doubt that Tanzania insurance market can achieve its full potential. Thank you very much. I look forward to our discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Chanya, you are alone. You are alone, so you'll take this picture alone. The camera. Your cameras have become digital. Just umenuna. Have some smile. This will be in the magazine next year. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Charles. Rounds of applause for Charles Chanya. You've done a great job to that paper. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. We started on time, so we are not on pressure. But we also came to learn, relax, and forget about the numbers, forget about the boardroom manenos, and come to Arusha, a chilly place. I hope you guys are enjoying. The room is fully packed. And today morning, I was looking at the topics arranged. And one thing that came to my mind, early in the morning there are 5 WhatsApp groups. And these WhatsApp groups are for burial arrangements. And asking myself, am I really helping the community? Why, instead of contributing that 100,000 for funeral arrangement, why can't we ask them to get the funeral benefits? Would that be part of our work? Or do we want to leave it to the regulator? The regulator himself does not know even Roria, where my own village or my uncle or my... But I know everybody in my community. Should we take it by the horns? That is the elephant in the house. The penetration, penetration, penetration. And we'll be hearing more of this after tea break. I would not want to keep you aloof and long in the room. We came to network, we came to enjoy, na tumekuja pia kula bata. I would want to appreciate our sponsors for the gala dinner this evening. Tanri. A round of applause for Tanri. All the years. I hope, Peter, you are listening. Eh? It's good now you are here. Next year, We want to hear East Africa Re. Tanri is sponsoring gala dinner, and with that, we have gold sponsors, Meticulous, rounds of applause for Meticulous. Sanlam Alliance, thank you so much, Sanlam Alliance. Just clap for Sanlam Alliance. Yeah, I know it's not your company, but just clap. It's made this event very peaceful and great. Simba Wabima is sponsoring golf tomorrow. Then CEO's meeting was sponsored by Alliance. Rounds of applause. Najua utaki kunipigia makofi, lakini shauri yako. Silver sponsors, Heritage Insurance. Rounds of applause for Heritage Insurance. East Africa Re. Rounds of applause for East Africa Re. Bronze sponsors, Grand Re, Metro Life, GA, Busara, MUA, NMB, ZIC, Association of Tanzania Insurers, ATI, BOT, Alliance Life, Tembo Abima. Did you know Tembo Abima? That is CRDB Insurance Company. Strategies. We have Resolution. Impex. I was really surprised to see even Association of Agents sponsored this event. Rounds of applause for our agents. Resolution. These are partners. Gralix. You don't want to clap for Gralix? All the way from Zambia is supporting Insurance Day. Assemble. Tanzania. First Assurance. Mayfair. Suma JKT. Mr. Guest of Honor, we have two major generals in the house. They are somewhere. The major generals, where are you? The CEO of Suma JKT. And he came with, I was told that is, I think, lieutenant with 3 nyotas. And they are staying at Mount Meru. There is a car with only nyotas. If I grow big, I would want to be like Suma JKT. Britam. Rounds of applause for Britam. Reliance. WCF. Jubilee Health and Jubilee Life. More Assurance. Aris. ZIC Takafu. ITL. If you didn't know, ITL is Smart Policy. Yeah, it's in the house. Liaison Group. Ibaraka Takafu. Newton. Then we had Zebri sponsoring Bima debate. Rounds of applause for Zebri. Our media sponsors or partners. Sustain Digital. Insurance Journal. And Bima Sokoni. Thank you so much for sponsoring 2026 Insurance Day. Without much ado, I would want to give you 27 minutes for health break. We'll be back here at exactly 11. And we will, yes? Yeah, we are going for tea. Yeah, we are going for, oh. Mr. Suleiman, you did not, yeah, I'm getting, oh, oh, sorry. You know, this technology is something. I'm getting some instructions also here. Milembe is also a sponsor. And Afro-Asian. Babada mwenyewe. Babada sponsored, you guys, you will be going back home with the carry bags. Yeah, very good carry bags. And he was telling me next year he wants to be gold sponsor. is getting a lot of commissions from the market. So, yeah. Next year we are on his neck. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a space arranged for the executives, the guests of honors, and the CEOs. Eliza, which room is that? It's third floor. But the rest of us, because the third floor is not a big space, the rest of us will be getting our breakfast just outside. Oh, we are using this. Okay, for all. Oh, so VIP, there is a door here. And the CEOs and the directors and the shareholders. I'll be much wondering if you're a CEO and you leave your director behind. So, at exactly 11 sharp, we'll be back here. Omar is opening the door for the executives, the guest of honors. Let's meet back here at 11 sharp. Thank you.
Tanzania yetu ndio nchi ya kura. Naye Baba Nyerere ndiye wetu muhifadhi, naye ndiye aliyeleta uhuru. Tanzania yetu ndio nchi ya kura. Tanzania yetu ndio nchi ya kura. Tanzania yetu ndio nchi ya kura. Tanzania yetu ndio nchi ya kusifiwa, wote ulimwenguni watu wote watambua. Tanzania yetu ndio nchi ya kura. Naye ndiye aliyeleta uhuru. Tanzania yetu ndio nchi ya kura. Tanzania yetu ndio nchi ya kusifiwa, wote ulimwenguni watu wote watambua. Tanzania yetu ndio nchi ya kura. Naye ndiye aliyeleta uhuru. Tanzania yetu ndio nchi ya kura. Tanzania yetu ndio nchi ya kura. Naye Baba Nyerere ndiye wetu muhifadhi, naye ndiye Tanzania yetu ndiyo nchi ya kura. Tanzania yetu ndiyo nchi ya kusifiwa, kote ulimwenguni watu wote watambua. Tanzania yetu ndiyo nchi ya kura. Naye Baba Nyerere ndiye wetu muhifadhi, naye ndiye aliyeweka uhuru. Tanzania yetu ndiyo nchi ya kura. Tanzania yetu ndiyo nchi ya kura.
directors, the two rows, the CEOs and directors, 2 rows behind. CEOs and directors of insurance companies, reinsurance companies. Control room, can you put off the music? I'm starting. Directors of insurance companies, reinsurance companies, CEOs, speakers, leaders of associations, get seated exactly the first row, second row, if you find food, no, beyond that row. Just waiting for the commission of insurance. Then we'll start. Spoke, can you bring delegates to the room? Shareholders, directors, CEOs of insurance companies, leaders of associations, get the first row, second row. Just waiting for the guest to come in. But I want to tell you that representations over the world. We have representations over the world. We have delegates coming from Lebanon. Lebanon in the house. Lebanese. Lebanese in the house. Yeah, we have delegates from Lebanon. We have delegates from Zambia. Zambia in the house, yes. Rounds of applause for Zambians, our neighbors. We have delegates from London. We have delegates from Ireland. David in the house. We have delegates from Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe. Yeah. Yeah, Agrippa. Agrippa is the captain. Agrippa. You want to take this mic?
Anaitwa Babada. So, ana tena hiyo.
Starting, we are 6 minutes late.
our sector. So I work in risk and compliance, and I must say that I've had 360 view of how the pace of regulatory changes is happening in our industry from both fronts. TIRA being our licensed regulator, but also you would appreciate that for the last 5 years or so, in every finance bill, there's an aspect of insurance change, be it from primary insurance or insurance. We have been featuring in the finance bill for the last 5 years, which is a testament of the policy reforms that come from the taxation front. So our panel will be discussing why, despite all those reforms that have been happening from the licensed regulator, TIRA, but also the tax regulator on the taxation front, why is the uptake, which is the key theme, I think, of this conference today, why is the uptake still quite low compared to the fellow subsectors in the finance sector? Take it, for example, the banking sector. We see that they have made significant strides and fronts in the taxation space. So before I proceed, allow me to briefly introduce my panelists today. We are honored to be joined by Mr. Kenneth Komba. Mr. Komba, as you walk to the podium, Mr. Komba is the Director of Financial Deepening and Inclusion at the Central Bank, Bank of Tanzania. He previously served as the Director of Strategy and Financial Inclusion Policy at AFI, Alliance for Financial Inclusion in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So with him, he brings extensive experience in financial inclusion, but also policy reforms around financial inclusion. He holds a Master's of Business Administration from Malaysia University, a Master of Laws from the University of Dar es Salaam, but also a Diploma in Strategic Management and Leadership from the Chartered Management Institute, London, UK. He's a Fellow of the Fletcher School of Leadership and accredited Fellow of the Microeconomic and Financial Management Institute of Eastern and Southern Africa. Karibu sana, Mr. Komba. We are also honored to be joined by Dr. Anselmi Mushi. You would agree with me that Anselmi is a household name in the insurance space. If you've been around in the insurance sector, somehow, somewhere, you must have heard of Dr. Anselmi. Anselmi is a distinguished entrepreneur, insurance strategist, author, and a business leader, who is the managing director of the Aclavia Group and the group secretary of the Association of Africa Insurance Educators and Trainers, and is a panel on the judge of the Fletcher Leadership Program in Financial Inclusion in USA. Anselmi is an author, and his most recent book was recognized as the best book in Africa by the Africa Insurance Organization in 2022. So, karibu sana, Dr. Anselmi. Without further ado, allow me to proceed with my panel. So allow me to start from the regulatory, as I noted earlier, that Mr. Komba works with the central bank. So allow me to start from the regulatory front. Mr. Komba, can you walk us through on how the central bank, in liaison, of course, with our regulator, TIRA, has been using its regulatory mandate to increase the uptake of insurance across the country?
Thank you very much, Moderator Liz. First and foremost, I want to appreciate the fact that the Central Bank has been invited in this very august event. Appreciation from my leadership, the Governor, Deputy Governor, who were not able to make it here. Thank you, Dr. Sakware, for inviting the Central Bank and the entire insurance fraternity. So from the question in terms of how the Central Bank is collaborating with TIRA, in expanding and enhancing financial deepening, especially on the perspective of insurance uptake in the country. I'll speak to it in terms of three main areas. The first, I look at it from a very collaborative approach that we do have with the insurance regulator. So the central bank and TIRA already has an MOU. We've established an MOU of Memorandum of Understanding that we work together to ensure that we share information, we do joint supervision, and we work together to enhance financial stability issues in the country. So that's the first collaboration. But we also work within the sphere of collaboration together in the National Financial Inclusion Council, where TIRA sits there at the apex body of this council. The council stands to implement the national financial inclusion. The central bank regulates the banking sector together with the microfinance and other service providers like mobile network operators when it comes to digital financial services. So from the banking sector perspective, the banking sector has a number of branches. As we speak right now, we have 42 banks with a network of 1,049 outlets or branches across the country. These branches are used as outlets for bank insurance. So banks are operating as agents for the insurance subsector. And the intention of that is also to expand outreach of insurance services across the banking sector network. But also the banking sector, as you may be aware, contributes to the highest share of the financial sector in the country. Last year, the banking sector clocked in around 2.2 trillion profit. And this is because of the asset quality and in terms of the stability that's in the sector. And in terms of the second area of how penetration of insurance is added in the country, it's through the regulatory frameworks that we currently have. In 2019, the central bank together with TIRA came up, jointly worked together to develop a regulatory framework called Bank of Tanzania Bank Insurance Guidelines for Banks and Financial Institutions. So this banker insurance regulation has four main objectives. The first is to increase insurance penetration across the country using the bank's network and customer base, as I've just mentioned. So when a customer walks into the banks, takes a credit, they're all required to insure that product or that asset, the asset to which they are collateralizing their loan. They will take care of the insurance service provider. So the bank, in particular bank, will be acting as an agent for that purpose. The other issue is enhancing financial inclusion. The third is to strengthen consumer protection and provide consumers with convenient one-stop shop where they will be able to get access to different insurance services, that is through the bank insurance services. So as we have seen the outcome of this, two main outcomes. First, the insurance services that the banking industry is providing has been able to work in three main spheres. First, it has been able to create resilience to customers who borrow the loans, and in case of adverse effects, they will be able to call in for the cover that they have taken for insurance, but also it creates a proper stability on the banking sector, because at the same time the banking sector are covered because they have secured their loans. So in the case of adverse effect, the money that the insurance they take the cover for will be able to cover their loans. And overall, it enhances financial stability in the economy. And lastly, maybe if you don't mind, I'll just mention an opportunity for the insurance industry from the new regulation that the central bank issued last year. And this is a regulation on sustainability. So the central bank issued a regulation called Guidelines on Reporting of Sustainable Related Risks and Opportunities for Banks and Financial Institutions of 2025. Now, this guidelines requires financial institutions to identify, assess, and monitor climate-related risks that are out there when customers do access loans. And we know that we are all prone to different climate-related calamities. We are expecting El Nino. Actually, they are saying Super El Nino this year on the coming months, and borrowers will still borrow. So the central bank issued these guidelines with the expectation that the industry, particularly the insurance industry, will take advantage of this and secure agri-based loans with climate-related risk opportunities that are there. So this is how the central bank collaborates with TIRA, with the entire industry, insurance industry, to ensure that we enhance access to insurance in the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Komba. Let me bring it home back to insurance space. Dr. Anselmi, Mr. Komba has detailed elaborated all the activities that the central bank is liaising with the regulator to improve uptake of insurance. From your perspective, do you see these all activities translating into measurable growth in insurance uptake?
Yes, thank you, moderator. And I want first to thank the Almighty God who has brought us here healthy today, and to remember some of the fellows that we have lost along the road. Mentioned Mr. Ravi, who has gave a lot for our industry. But I also want to thank the organizers who thought that I could contribute a little bit in this dialogue today. And I want to join my earlier colleague who say that, you know, the moderator is looking very elegant, but also all the delegates are looking very elegant. I was told this is the celebration season for the insurance industry. So we are here to celebrate what we have accomplished for the last 12 months. So the initiatives that the government, through its authorities, arms, departments, ministries, that have been doing, have a lot to do with the growth that we see in the market today. If you looked at the insurance industry back in the period between 2014-2017, you will have observed a significant decline in growth from, I think, around a 20% to a negative 3.5% at some point. Now, that was not a very good indication for an infant market like insurance. We are still a very small portion of the economy, and it means there is huge opportunity for our sector to take on. So the interventions of the government, bringing in guidelines, regulations, even strategies. If you will have been there, I know it's what Isa mentioned, that, you know, the government has a strategy of where, as a country, and as some very specific as a subsector, where we should go or where we should be in the next 10 years, for example, the Financial Sector Development Master Plan 2030, or the Vision TIRA 2050. But we in the private sector, essentially in the insurance, you are playing catch-up in terms of aligning with government direction and support that the government is providing to ensure that the insurance, the financial sector at large is growing according to support its function in the economy.
Thank you, Dr. Anselmi. Now to both of you, what do you think are still structural limiting factors despite all these activities around bringing up the uptake of insurance? What do you think are still factors that are still limiting the impeding the uptake of insurance from regulatory front?
Thank you very much, Liz, for that. Not to probably repeat what was said in the previous panel, which was really great and insightful. I'll add probably 2 or 3 points. I think the first one, and which I think we may be all aware of, is the competing, the insurance sector is also competing with the informal sector, if I may put it this way. And this, we're seeing it also from the FinScope results. In Tanzania, like in many African countries, we have community-based microfinance groups. And the structure of our economy is informal. Around 83% or 80% of the insurance market is informal. We're also struggling at the central bank in terms of cash light, because we have a lot of informalities in the country. So the insurance sector should look at the community-based kind of structures as an area where innovations can be deployed in that sector, because already as we speak, the CMGs have different levels of trusted, efficient, and easy to go kind of risk-sharing services. So these are the VCOBAs. So we are people sitting together at community level, agreeing to put up their resources, and when then an eventuality happens, a calamity happens, maybe illness or any other small calamity, if I may say, they are not good at widespread risk like flood, drought, etc., but they are very good at terms of just addressing a quick need and the insurance. Whether now the question is the insurance market able to also penetrate at their current operating costs on such CMGs levels. So that's one. And the second thing that I think is quite important, maybe can be looked at, is borrowing a lift from what we do at the central bank. And this is to address affordability and to address cost. So what we did at the central bank, we introduced cost to income ratio and also non-performing loans, non-performing asset ratios. And these ratios are imposed, it's a regulatory requirement, it's imposed on the banking industry to ensure that their income will not supersede their operating cost, and also their non-performing assets will not supersede a certain performance ratio. And in the event they fail to do that, the punitive rate to that is that the banking sector is denied to declare, to provide bonus and also dividends. And what the result of that has been that the banking sector always will ensure that it optimizes its efficiency, become more innovative, and reduce costs in order to ensure that the ratios are not complied by the industry. So the insurance industry can also consider introducing such ratios, which will then, the regulator actually can consider introducing such ratios, which indirectly will enhance efficiency in the market and address some of these structural challenges that we face. Thank you, Liz.
Over to you, Dr. Anselmi. You're on the other side. We are both in insurance, but now you're on the other side of the regulatory. A previous panelist mentioned that we have seen tremendous improvement in terms of regulatory environment from the licensed regulator, that is TIRA, but there's a gap on the other side of the regulators. Do they understand what the regulator is trying to achieve in terms of sustained uptake and usage of insurance? From your perspective, do you believe that as regulators, are we working in coherence with our regulator to improve uptake?
So I think there are two things that as operators in the market observe as a gap in terms of trying to go into the same direction. As I mentioned, we as a market, as a country, we have developed very good tools, being policy tools, the strategies, the plans, the policies, regulatory tools. But as it is the current dialogue in the strategic management, having a good strategy and executing a good strategy, they are not the same things. The challenge that we have is execution. We have very, very good tools. If you look at the Financial Sector Development Master Plan, if you just pick the targets that are set for the industry, that, by 2030, you should have at least 10% of the retirees having annuity product. If you convert that into premiums, it's a significant volume. Literacy, all these things that you are mentioning as challenges, they are there as targets to be achieved, right? But the gap now is between these tools that we have. Yesterday you were talking about corporate governance. We have a very good corporate governance guideline, but is it being executed the way that it has been designed? Now, is it a gap of communication, understanding? I think that can be debated, but I think the challenge is we have a execution issue that we need to address.
Thank you, Dr. Anselmi. So I think back to the audience would agree that it's a game that two must play, not only pointing out that we need regulatory reforms, we need these changes, but also we understand that, as I mentioned earlier, I work on the risk and compliance front. So there are challenges that are there in terms of execution from, industry side, being regulators. But as I said, it's a game that two must play. We really need to work in liaison with our regulator to ensure that whatever tools that are coming front to improve uptake, we are working together to implement them. Because you'd note, for example, one of the issues that, I apologize, I'm talking a lot and I'm not a panelist. So one of the issues that has not been mentioned here is cash before cover. We have a challenge in the market in terms of cash before cover. It's It's something that you would find in almost every risk and compliance function that is a challenge. So it's the regulator, yes, has tools, but we as regulators, we need to find ways to implement, but also our regulator to ensure that, as previous panelist Mr. Issa mentioned, that those that are complying should be awarded and not being punished by market dynamics in terms of business. Allow me now to move to the second leg of our panel today, and this is the experience of the insurance sector in terms of tax reforms and the tax engagement with the government and the parliament at large. Dr. Anselmi, between 2020 and 2024, the sector has engaged both the parliament but also the government for a number of taxation changes. What do you think are the reforms that have been implemented since then?
Thank you. So allow me to retrace a little bit and try to create a context on this issue of taxation. You might have heard in the first panel, our brother Mr. Muhana thinks that tax is not an issue in insurance. Now, you say, you know, we have a lot of other challenges. In economics, we have this principle called ceteris paribus. When you're trying to address a problem, you want to hold other problems constant and assess this one item and its impact. And the insurance industry has worked 2019, 2020, which have been part of these exercises to address the issue of tax. Now, so a person will ask, number one, how does really tax affect the penetration, et cetera, et cetera? So the first thing is tax is used by the government as a tool to do essentially two things: generate revenues, control market failure. By controlling market failure, saying, I don't want my people to do so much betting, so I'll tax it, make it more expensive so they don't buy it, right? Or I want my people to consume more insurance, so I'll reduce the tax so that it can become more affordable so that people can buy more of this product. This is just the fundamental framework. But the second thing is, in the economy, one of the core role of insurance is to mobilize funds for long-term investments of the government, so that the government can get access of affordable, with, not difficult terms, investment fund. So it's, for the government, insurance is more a tool for mobilizing these funds rather than a place where they should collect the direct cash. This is the global thinking around taxation for insurance. The other thing that needs to be considered is insurance is a business of liability. You buy today, you don't consume today, or you may never consume. Now, when you look at the fundamental principles of taxation system, the first one is about fairness. Tax system must be fair. Now, I am a farmer. You tax me an 18% VAT, which I will never recover. Automatically it says your tax system is unfair. The other fundamental principle of tax system is efficiency. Efficiency meaning it should not hinder economic growth. If for any reason the tax system impacts the growth, now if you can bring the causality that this tax reduce the growth of insurance, then that tax will be addressed. And this is really what happened between 2014 and 2017. When you saw that deceleration of growth of the insurance industry to a negative, that started exactly when VAT was introduced. We got to a negative. When we did the assessment, the weight of VAT on the cost of insurance, the economic weight or the actuarial weight, is I think 289%. someone when looks at the price of insurance when you add VAT, he feels like this insurance is 2 or 3 times more expensive. Someone might say, how? But that's only 18% of the price. There is a portion that should be a value of taxation on the premium, which is a portion of a 20%, which has tax, administration expenses, and all these others. When you weight it there, it becomes very expensive. And there are many studies which have been done across the globe. Canada, they are not using VAT, they are using what we have been proposing to the government to use insurance premium tax, right? You charge the tax on the premiums directly and not as a value add. Now, they add a 1%, so theirs was 2%. They add a 1% on the insurance premium tax, and they saw a decline of 10% on the growth of life insurance premiums. So there is a direct relationship between taxation and economic growth, and this economic growth we're talking about is the insurance sector. The other principle of taxation is efficiency and effectiveness and convenience. There are a lot of confusion and complexity around collecting VAT on insurance because by its nature, insurance is difficult to be vatable. So we have engaged, now I'll get to the second part of the process. To address tax issues in this country, there is a framework that exists. So one is the Tax Reforms Task Force, which has about 25 members from different subsectors, include TIRA. If your submissions are approved by them, they go to the think tank, which is the cabinet of the ministry and the permanent secretaries. If then that is approved, then it goes to the parliament, approved, and then the president assent. That is the process. However, given the dynamics and the need to advocate, lobby, you need to engage other entities like the Parliament Budgetary Committee, which we have engaged several times. We have engaged the Prime Minister's office, and we have pushed for a number of tax reliefs, tax exemptions, tax zero rating, etc. And our philosophy in submission has been this. Number one, the government has goals for the insurance sector. If the government has put goals in terms of growth, in terms of segments such as life through the Financial Sector Development Master Plan, what kind of growth the government wants to see achieved, then it has the sole responsibility to catalyze that growth. And so we see tax either reliefs, incentives, etc., as catalyst for government to achieve its goals in the insurance sector. But number two is to ensure that the functional role of insurance to mobilize investment for long-term investments happens. Where we are sitting right now at 2 trillion is still not substantial enough to help our government. Today, if we are at 5%, we are talking about a 10 trillion market. Now, 10 trillion, we can do a significant hydro dam. We can finance a significant hydro dam. There is where we want to see that we take the market so that the government can achieve the goal that it has set for the insurance industry. Now, to conclude this part, I want to mention the areas that we have submitted over the years. We have submitted requests for tax restructuring. Number one, we have requested for zero rating of general insurance from the 18% VAT or substitution of the 18% VAT with a 2.5 insurance premium tax. And we have built elaborate case over the years on why this makes sense for the government and for the insurance industry. Number two, we have asked for the government to zero rate VAT on microinsurance. This is insurance for low-income household. You have heard about the issue of affordability being mentioned. Now, a low-income household, how will he ever recover the VAT that we are charging them, and how can we make it affordable for them? Number three, we have asked for tax concessions or tax incentives for insurance companies which are providing microinsurance products, agriculture insurance products, life assurance products, we have asked for a concession for tax, the corporate tax to be reduced to a 10%, so that we can incentivize the insurance companies to offer these products, because this, agriculture is 30% of our economy. Significant portion of our population is middle to lower income segment. If you want to reach the 50% population coverage, is only through microinsurance, right? So this is why we have asked the government to provide this incentive for the companies. And then we have also asked for deductibility of life premium on the salaries of the employees, right? So that the tax break load can be lowered, and that can incentivize the people to buy life assurance. And the fifth, we have also sought removal of withholding tax for commissions, including for brokerage and reinsurance.
Thank you, Dr. Anselmi. That was quite insightful. So of these asks that we've made as an industry to the Parliament and the government, which ones have been addressed so far?
We have made some significant progress, despite not reached where we want to as a market. Number one, in 2020, we succeeded to got an exemption on VAT on crop insurance. And then in 2021, livestock insurance VAT was exempted. In 2025, we have seen withholding tax restructuring for brokerage and insurance services. But in these dialogues, we have discussed beyond taxation issues. So the issues of mandatory insurance that we have seen coming in, some of the issues that we have as a market, we pitched together in the submissions, and the issues of Takaful, the developments that we are seeing, all these have been gains that as a market over the years we have witnessed.
Okay, so if I were to ask you that if these factors around taxation gets addressed from the research that you've done, how much do you think the insurance uptake will be pushed up?
So our assessment was, if you address only the VAT and the VAT on general insurance, you will see a growth of between 18% to 22%, despite all the other factors. So today, if our market is growing at a 20%, without VAT will be growing at a 40%. And if you go back to look at the National Inclusive Insurance Strategy, it had modeled this kind of growth of a 40% at some point in these 10 years to allow the market to attain the targets. Now, unfortunately, it's difficult to attain the master plan targets if these kind of problems or challenges or incentives are not provided.
So, speaking of now the current tax regime where we are today, we have mentioned the Vision 2050, but also we have the Financial Sector Development Master Plan 2030 targets. When you look at the current tax regime, do you see that it is supporting us as an insurance sector to achieve those targets? And also, bearing in mind that we already made asks to the government on those 5 key areas that you have mentioned previously, do we need to recast them? Do we need to rephrase? Or what needs to be done? What are the non-negotiables that needs to be done for both parties, us as an industry, but also at the government level, to ensure that the insurance sector meets its target for the 2030 master plan for the financial sector?
Thank you. So, if the insurance sector, anyway, so today we are 2026 and we are left with almost maybe 3 years, right, to do an M&E on the financial development master plan. Is it possible? Anyways, I'm a person who believes anything is possible, but there is a lot of work that will need to happen for this to be feasible. Number one, why am I saying this? One of the target of the financial sector development master plan is when we reach 2030, life assurance assets should be 3% of the GDP. What does that mean? And general insurance to be 2% of the GDP. What does that mean? It means 66% of the insurance gross written premium should come from life. Today we are at is it 15 or 17? Life assurance, right? So getting to a 66%, that means we want to invert the structure of our market today. We want life to be bigger than general. That's the vision of the government. And that is how it should be, because life insurance premium sits there longer and serve that function of long-term investment. So in this span of 2 years, to do that, and I think we have only 5 life insurance companies out of 33 insurance companies, right? So the suppliers are few. Even when you go to the intermediaries, the number of intermediaries who are selling insurance, they're very few. If you look at the life insurance portfolio, your 70% is about credit life, right? So that is banking, right? So getting to invest this market, there is a lot that needs to be done, including the incentives that we have mentioned. We need to incentivize more operators to come to the life space, you know, and to make it attractive for the public to buy life insurance. We pay a lot in these funeral groups that we have of our communities. We have to find a way to incentivize people to switch and realize this is more expensive, and the tax brackets could be one way to do it. The other one is we have asked for and submitted requests for agriculture insurance subsidization. So in the third round of our pitch to the task force, we were asked, so we have removed VAT on crop insurance and livestock insurance. What is the level of growth, right? So demonstrate. So in the next year, we had to pitch for subsidy, because growing agriculture insurance is not as easy as growing other portfolios of insurance. So the subsidization of agriculture insurance is critical. Why? Because it's 30% of our economy. There is huge potential in this particular portfolio, and it can be profitable. China has proven that in a span of 10 years. So we can do it, but the government must subsidize agriculture insurance. And we must incentivize operators who are providing microinsurance, agriculture insurance, and life assurance with the corporate tax break.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anselmi. That was quite insightful. Now over to Mr. Komba. So for the taxation, Dr. Anselmi mentioned that there are other aspects that are influencing the uptake of insurance. Now, coming from the banking sector, where you have made significant strides in terms of, you know, penetration, compared, we almost double, if not 3 times our penetration. What do you think we as a sector need to look at in the next 3 years so as to achieve the master plan by 2030? What are the critical areas? I'm shying away from saying one. You could look at 2 or 3 areas where the insurance sector you believe should look at so as to attain the 2030 master plan.
Thank you very much, Liz. Here then you'll have to bear with me, because I'll probably repeat some of the points that were raised in the previous discussion. So I think the first one is to embrace the digitization that's ongoing. So the micro insurance, as pointed out by Dr. Anselm, I think this is an area that we can embrace, because already the policy initiatives, incentives to move to that directions are already out there. Digitization has already started. I'm seeing some partnerships that are already on the life side of insurance with digital money providers, and I think that's the way to look at mostly, and also partly because we're having a young generation which is digitized, and getting access to that is key, but it would also help you to reduce costs, because the channels to which you distribute your services will be on that side. If there are going to be issues of thresholds, limits, whatever, those are negotiable with the central bank to see how the premium can also be accessed within the digital platforms, which have some significant share of limits of how you can transact. So those are issues that can still be discussed. The other thing I think which is important is the issue of education, which I'm just going to double click what was discussed earlier. And this is quite important. We have seen in the central bank, and I'll just give you an example of what's happening in the capital markets. So we introduced a program which has some improvements to be made, which we call it Certified Financial Educators. So these are young people who are going out there. It's a TOT running with IFM and other universities, and they create a lot of hype in the social media, but also in classes, in gatherings about financial products. I think the product that it has been well popularized in the country right now, it's investments, but we could also engage them to speak about insurance and debunk and demystify why the communities are not really taking insurance. Is it the messaging that we're providing, or is it the premiums? You're experts in that area, but I think we can take advantage of the pool of resources that universities are churning out in terms of the CF, including, of course, taking advantage again with the initiatives that we are doing on schooling programs to provide financial literacy. We never had that 4 years ago, so these are new things. We're starting from primary all the way up. Is insurance one of those subjects that really is emphasized at early age? And the last one, of course, I think, which is important, is collaboration. It's a mix of several factors that are impeding growth of insurance. We've discussed economic factors, social factors, but also community-related factors, cultural-related factors. So different players have to be engaged, and a couple of researches that have already been done, as I've had here, which will then enable the initiatives to really be implemented based on a collaborative approach. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Komba. As we prepare now to open the discussion back to the floor, asking questions to our panelists, Dr. Anselmi, what are your key takeaways in terms of the things that we need to do, the low-hanging fruits that are there, that we can start doing now as we are moving towards the 2030 targets? Because there are things, as Mr. Komba has rightly mentioned, for example, awareness. It's something that you do today, but you get to see results, they become gradual. But what are the things that would be the immediate things that can be done? Us as regulators, our tax regulator, our license regulator, what do you think are the immediate things that can be done?
Thank you. I want to link the yesterday's discussion and this discussion. Number one, we need a better way that we can work in the financial sector as we are converging to help inject capitalization in the insurance industry. Yesterday we were talking about the struggle that CEOs have because the capital that they have to work with to generate the required revenue is significantly limited. And we don't see significant a culture of fundraising for the capital in the insurance industry. And that limits our growth. If you don't have funds to invest on the technology that my brother is mentioning, on research that I will be mentioning, on training your people so that they create the solution that you need, you don't have resources to do proper marketing, buzz on phones, televisions, etc., etc. You require significant investment for this market to be able to transform from where it is. And I think the bank and the capital market can work with the insurance industry to unlock that challenge, and that can bring the fuel that is required to enable our industry to do those things that we know need to be done. We all know that we need to digitize. We all know we need to do product designing. We know we need to do research. We need to train our people. But we don't have adequate resources that can enable the operators to bring these solutions. The other thing that I want to mention is we must continue to work to have a unified voice as an industry. Throughout this journey, when we started, it was only ATI and TIBA. It was essentially me, Mzee Hamis, Mzee Kajiba, and Mzee Amir, right? Later on, TIRA joined in our coalition to engage on tax reforms. Later on, ICFT joined in this coalition. So we expect also later on to see the Bank Assurers Association, the Agents Association, the Loss Assessors and Adjusters Associations, and all this other umbrella in the insurance industry work together to advocate for these changes. When you are talking about removal of VAT, I think back then we were talking about around 140 billion, I don't recall exact number. It's a significant amount. There is a lot of work to tell the government, for the government to take away this revenue from you. So we must continue to find a way of partnering, working together to address these challenges and make our industry grow. And the third final thing is enhancing our self-regulatory bodies so that we can build the trust that is required by our, being policymakers or being our clients. Our self-regulatory bodies, the ATI, the ICFT, TIRA, etc., they have a huge role to play to bring back the image that is always mentioned that the industry is somehow lacking. We cannot leave this huge load of work to TIRA by themselves. It will be unfair. There is a lot of work to be done, and the SROs have a lot to do on that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anselmi. Now we are opening the floor for questions to our panelists. Can I get help from the ushers?
Now inarangia Simba sasa. You can only talk when there's a Simba Sports Club color in your microphone. Okay, I'm not sure whether this is a question, a statement. Brother from Big Bank will decide. Okay, there's a foreign exchange regulation which requires all payments, of course including insurance payment, to be made in T shillings. This regulation has many negative impacts to insurance companies and the clients. One, it erodes the value of the cover. If I'm a manufacturer, I want to insure my plant and machinery. I will not replace plant and machinery from Kariako. Only tomatoes and potatoes I will replace from Kariako. I have to import from overseas where I will need dollars. Not only that, we pay your insurance premium in US dollars. We never pay insurance premium in T shillings. We are getting FDIs. Somebody will come up with an investment of about $550,000 financed by a foreign banker who will want a banker or investor to be aided in its policy. I mean, now we're asking for payment of insurance in T shillings, but the foreign investor will want to recover the money in US dollars. I'm a football lover, and we are in World Cup. If it was a football match, I will know where to go. I will either find a referee or a goalkeeper and get my things done. I can hit 20 goals the way I want it. Please, we are told we need to do engagement, but I don't know where to do this engagement. We've been engaged with the regulatory authority. They've been writing maybe many letters. Maybe they are not directed to the right place, or they are not on the list of first or second priority. Now, since you are here, where do we need to make engagement with? It's the big bank. Thank you.
can we take a couple more questions so that when they answer, I think they will just generally answer all the questions.
Hello? Yes. Thank you. My question, comment and question goes to the BOT expert. So being from academics, I'm from University of Dar es Salaam, I'm going to put in some numbers. I'm an actuarial lecturer. So the way insurance penetration is being measured, it is being measured as a percentage of GDP. That is a consensus. But in mathematics, 2 times 5 and 5 times 2 equals to 10, both of them. In other words, if you have 2 people who gives you 5 shillings, or 5 people who gives you 2 shillings, at the end of the day, you'll have 10. We are together, right? I'm not scaring people with mathematics, am I? So the first issue with the way we measure insurance penetration from the academic point of side is that we are only looking at the gross premiums. While on the other side, we always talk about insuring the uninsured. But if you only require me to tell you how much I have taken out of the industry as premiums, I could just get some 2 people who gives me 5 and I'll end up with 10. So first, that is just a note that the way we measure the insurance penetration somehow, somewhere has to be either granularized, that we actually tap how many people are being insured in the population. And on that note, I'd say these uninsured or informal sector people, they are, at the end of the day, for them to buy insurance, it's all about the price. If you don't have enough disposable income, if I'm fighting to put food on my table, I'm not going to think of insurance. That's the reality of life. So we need to keep, as an industry, the price friendly enough for these people. So as I said, my question goes to the BOT people. You have a very successful story on how you reached the lower income and lower middle income people by simplifying, making the banking process affordable, cheaper, and easy for these people to get in. So what are the lessons you tell the insurance industry? And on the same note, what do you think we can borrow from you in terms of the policies that you had to relax in order to reach this population? Thank you.
One more question and then we can allow Mr. Komba to respond.
Thank you for recognizing me. I would like to start by congratulating the panelists, that's Dr. Komba and Dr. Anselm, and also the moderator Lisa for doing quite a wonderful job. Hongereni sana. I'll start from the last point which Dr. Anselm mentioned, and that's where my question is going. You've articulated the efforts which the industry has put in place to make sure that we speak with one voice. I know that yourself, you are an ardent researcher, and I wanted to peep into your research and see what is it that you are seeing which we can do more to make sure that our voices are continuously united and we're able to achieve our objectives as the market. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Manasseh. Mr. Komba, can you take the first 2 questions and then we'll allow Dr. Anselmi to proceed.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you very much for the questions. First, I'll admit they're not easy questions. So I'll respond with the first question, which is, it's certainly there is a regulation that requires domestic transactions to be transacted in Tanzanian shillings and not foreign currencies. And I'll just end with the conclusion of Sir that you've mentioned in terms where should you rightly engage with and at what level when it comes to the challenges that you're currently facing when you apply that regulation in the market. I think the right place to the right place to engage is you write a letter to the central bank governor, which will be directed to the right directorate, which is the Directorate of Financial Markets in the central bank. The regulations do require an aspect of where we can listen to the industry and find an amicable way of addressing some nuances and details, especially, for example, if you have a loan that is a foreign-related loan, how should it be repaid, and how do you generate your income if it's based on US dollars or other foreign exchange. So I'll just leave it to that point where the right level of engagement is at the apex level of our institutions, which is the central bank governor. And he will definitely require it to be addressed through the right departments. I hope I've responded to your question. I will not have the details of, because it's a policy issue, I will not, a policy issue. I think I need to stop here and then you probably let me.
Yes, I do, and you'll see us on Monday. Yes, we're efficient.
And then Monday it is, and then once it's come to our boss, then it will come to the right people and we will engage. Thank you so much. On the second question, what are the lessons that the central bank can share or the banking industry can share with the penetration of the informal in access to financial inclusion or deepening? I think there are two lessons that I can say, but let me even point out, I think maybe we are not, in terms of we benchmark us across the continent, we may not even say as a country that we are there yet, because the banking penetration is only, by FinScope of 2023, 22%. So there's still progress to be made, and we are working towards achieving that progress. If we compare ourselves, first I want to be very honest and candid of the banking sector before we create an impression that the banking sector is doing super fantastic in terms of financial inclusion. It isn't. It's less than a quarter. Maybe by now it's a quarter of the population that will have access to banking services. So if you look at our neighbors, Kenya, they're running close to 50-something%. You go to South Africa, you're talking about 80%. Mauritius, you're talking about all those levels, about 70-80% of their population, they're banked. Those are banked economies. Tanzania isn't a banked economy yet. We're only 22-25% penetration. So, but that, we have seen progress over time. So we had started at around 9 when we were collecting these statistics, 9, then it went to 15, then it went to 22. And the reason why the jump has been going on these levels, it's because of two actually I'll mention two main areas. One, it's driven by the market itself in terms of adoption of innovation. When we allowed for interlink of digital financial services and access to that, it enabled at least low-level income earners to be able to access at least minimum account-based transaction. But then there was also a government policy, all agri-based payments, especially for those under AMCOS or community or cooperatives, they are required to have an account. So that definitely pushes account penetration because payments will go to an account. Whether the account stays, I mean, the money stays in account for a period of time, that's another conversation, but at least that brings up the uptake, and we're working to address that one. But the other one is reduction of costs. As you've rightly said, it's an issue of affordability. So for us, as a regulator, to address that from the supply side, we had to come with those ratios that I just mentioned earlier, the cost-to-income ratio and non-performing asset ratios. That limits the operators or the financial service provider, in this case banks, to supersede the ratios and therefore make losses or have high operating costs. And to that extent, they will not be able to offer services at affordable rate. So we did put a 55%, so the ratio is 55% in terms of operating costs should not exceed their income, and 5% should not exceed the non-performing asset. And we track that by the letter, and we do provide regulatory enforcement if they do fail to comply. So those are some of the lessons that I can share and what we have done. But as I say, the journey is still on, and we need to push ourselves and pull ourselves to at least benchmark ourselves with other performing markets. Thank you so much.
Karibu Dr. Nsemi for the third question.
Thank you, moderator. If you may also permit me, I'd like to chime in a little bit on these very interesting points that have been raised very fast. On Forex, I think the tourism guys, they reacted very early and they got positive results. And since they are based here in Arusha, maybe we should try to find that mzee and, get a lunch and get the ideas how they went around it and got the results very fast, just for, on the lighter note. On measuring of insurance penetration, if you look at our reports, you will see there is penetration measured in terms of GDP and in terms of population coverage. And I think the latest report of TIRA population penetration is about 32.7, if I'm not mistaken, or around there, right? So maybe banks should come and learn from the insurance industry, the strides that we have made on population. But I think the real dialogue is, should we measure the value of insurance based on the premium that is being paid or the assets value that are being protected? If you have a security guard, do you measure the value of the security guard on the salary that you pay them or on the asset that they are protecting? Okay? So I think that is where we need to flip the value that we look at insurance. The asset that we're protecting, that is the value that we should be assessed on, and is not the premium that or the fee that we are paid for protecting these assets. So Daktari, what can we do more to have a stronger unified voice? I think number one, as a market, we need to have a unified strategy for the umbrella organizations, so that TIBA, ATI, etc., we can be going towards the same direction, and we can bring into this strategy the aspirations of the government and how we want to solve our problems together as one industry. Number two, we need a technical working group that will bring now all these organizations together. We used to engage when we have a problems. So it was retroactive. We can do it now proactively, that we don't have a problem, but we want to have a technical working group that can help us to achieve the targets that we have set for ourselves. But again, to avoid fragmentation. Recent months, we have seen now umbrella organization start to go different directions. Like when you had the issue of commission reduction, we had TIBA doing this different thing, ATI. When we meet outside, we discuss and we agree on the same. But now when we try to going to the regulatory authority, everyone go with a different message. But we are building the same industry. So I think we should go back to the way that we used to work together, find solution, because as you know, we depend on each other, whether we want or we don't want. So I think we should get back to try, to work together and not. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll allow 2 more questions before we close.
Okay. I'm Josephine. I'm coming from UNDP. And I was happy to hear on agriculture insurance and the need for subsidization. It's my area of interest. And I'm happy also to know that the industry is trying to push tax reforms in different angles. And coming to the agriculture insurance, we've seen the government already has enough investment in the agriculture sector through subsidization of inputs, of irrigation, a lot of investment also in extension officer, in extension services and agriculture finance. We've seen a lot of money also being allocated for agriculture finance. Now I'm wondering, why shouldn't we also protect the agriculture investment through agriculture insurance subsidization? And one thing in our quest as UNDP to support this area, we've seen that the government are seeing subsidization as an expense instead of investment. Now, coming to us as industry, how does this connect with the wider industry call for tax reforms? Our tax reform incentives and premium subsidy separate issue, is there a way we could put them together as a fiscal tool to support penetration? So that will be a key question to Dr. Anselm specific, because he has spoken about the call for subsidy and tax reform. But I see maybe these two quests are a little bit separated, and maybe it could be good to have them all being pushed together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to bring a local context here. From the beginning, actually, we learned quite a lot on the presenters. If you try to conclude, you see that we have no problem. I mean, the industry is doing great. And now the second, when you look at it, the framework is perfect and everything is okay, but we have to involve other stakeholders' roles. My question then comes, what is the greatest challenge or greatest impact of the market insurance growth today, based on, let me read from Anselm here, it says taxation, taxation, pricing control, and then from Komba, taxation, the same thing, regulatory alignment, barriers and enablers. Yeah, what is the greatest impact of this to the market growth, and what kind of reforms that we might need to address to make sure that the market continues to prosper competitively, but also increase the insurance penetration in the region? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would let that question be a closing remark from both of our panelists, because it sums the entire discussion that we've just had. Dr. Anselmi, can you take the first question on agriculture insurance?
Thank you, moderator, and thank you, Josephine, UNDP. UNDP has been doing a wonderful job supporting our market to progress on the agriculture insurance. They have supported about, I think, 4 tools that we are needed to structure the Tanzania agriculture insurance scheme. And I think now they are trying to support TIRA to enable it to operate. So the question is, how can we link, should we separate, and the government is seeing it as an expense, what should be done? So number one, when you're looking for subsidies, the same as looking for VAT exemption or tax relief or any other, right? It's the same kind of context. What we have learned is, it is a long road. Don't expect you will pitch requests for subsidy in 1 year and get the results in the same year. That is number one. Number two, you need to have a very robust study and engagement that will speak to the policymaker peers that you are engaging. You have different policymakers with different interests. The Ministry of Agriculture has different interests with from the Ministry of Livestock. You know, the Ministry of Tourism, which has the forests, has different interests. So they need to see alignment of what their interests are, speak to their interests. Why did we go to the VAT exemption on crop and then next year livestock? Why was it not given in the same year, right? So you see the dynamics. There is a different, there are different incentives for the government, different ministries. We as the industry, we have a job of learning them and understand their incentives, their interests, and align our pitch towards their direction, so that we become an investment and not this subsidy becomes an investment to their goals and not an expense. So that's it's a work that needs to be done. Again, you need to expand your budget for advocacy and lobbying, because these require investment. As I said earlier, there is a lot that needs to be done. It requires resources. But the other thing is, which we have already mentioned before, we need a seed in TIRA. There is a lot of fund for green financing, but it is a way to mobilize that resource. If we get that seed into TIRA, then this can attract the government to say, okay, so the industry has already mobilized this from the development partners, then we will also do what we call it matching grant, the same as we used to do in community health funds. And then I think that way we can see the ball rolling. Thank you.
So allow me to wrap up the discussion, answering the question, the last question that was asked. What's the greatest challenge that the market is facing, and what are the reforms that need to happen to ensure that the industry thrives and grows as per expectations? Mr. Komba.
Thank you very much. And also thank you for that very intriguing question. I think I'll face it from an angle that we are also grappling it at the banking and other subsector of the economy. And I'll call it open finance. I think the challenge that we have is data silos. We are having an informal sector that sits with data in digital financial service providers, for instance. And here you have an individuals whose cash flow is not like the formal sector. So they have, they pay for bills, they pay for different kind of transactions and payments, but the insurance sector through the InsurTechs, the sandbox that you've come up with thanks to TIRA's regulatory innovativeness, do you allow for the fintechs, the InsurTechs that come into this platform to be able to share, or to access this data? When I say do you, it means us also. There is no open data framework in Tanzania yet. At the central bank, we're trying to work on that, and we're trying to work on open banking. But the trend now across the world is to open up data so that consumers' data can be accessed, and there's benefit to that. You'll be able to embed the products through the ongoing transactions that these underbanked or uninsured populations do access. But it will also create possibilities of innovative services, innovative payment of premiums, just because you're looking at the behavioral aspects of the underbanked population. So I think one of the solutions is data, and as we're moving to AI and other products, it will be very more easy to address some of these issues. But data is still silos in the country, and we need to unlock that. Thank you.
Dr. Anselmo?
For me, I would say two key issues, not one. One is optimization of the value chain of insurance. What does it mean? It means with what we have today, without changing anything, if we improve just what we have across the value chain, the education, the onboarding, collection of premium, how we do insurance, how we do investment, how we do claims and manage our claims. If we optimize, we can see a significant growth. At some point, we did an estimate of a 20%. If just we optimize our value chain today. So this is one thing. The second part is scaling. Scaling in terms of getting to new markets, new distribution channels, more distribution channels. I've continued to say there is no technology that will do a miracle for insurance industry, that we expect that it will come and bring reach everyone. I've mentioned this before. Vodacom has about, I think, 200,000 agents. Yes, around same numbers. You saw yesterday, we have about 1,000 insurance agents. We need to find a way, to have more people on the ground so that we can reach the masses, especially for life insurance. People must speak with people. This is why VCOBAs have more members than life insurance, and we contribute every day because we speak as human beings. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So as we conclude, I want to sincerely thank the panelists for the insightful discussions, but also participants for an engaging discussion. So thank you very much, and thank you Mr. Komba, Dr. Anselmi, and we wish you a good remainder of the day.
Rounds of applause to the two panelists. Ladies always in the middle. Apparently this was for only the doctors. I'm not a doctor, so let me. Good pictures, eh? But I'm inspired. There are so many doctors in the room. I will ask Dr. Sakwara if he can be one of my supervisors. But I know he can regulate me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I was trying to weigh how do you feel being a doctor?
I feel that there is a lot that we need to do. It's an obligation. How do I say? It's a responsibility. So we have to live up to it.
Wewe ni sungura wa bima. Another round of applause for the moderator and the panelist. It's getting very interesting. You know, you may think, somebody outside there may think, selling insurance is very easy. But it is hard until you want to sell insurance after a loss. I don't know whether you get me. Imagine after the Strait of Hormuz was closed, that is the time everybody was coming for marine insurance, right? But at the same time, the insurers are telling us no. Selling insurance is very difficult, but it is easy after the loss. Yeah? So we need to sensitize the teams. We are almost, I said, we came to relax. We came to Lebata. Alafu bata ndo hii. Hapa tuko wapi? You know, those days in class, I'm afraid we have a mathematician in the house. And you don't know a lot of mathematics. And your teacher will tell you, you will never go far. Mwalimu from UD, hapa ni wapi? Hapa sasa ni wapi? Uliniambia kwamba sitafika mbali kwa sababu nilifail mathematics. Sasa hapa ni wapi? I'm trying to buy time so that I'm waiting for announcement for lunch. We are breaking for lunch. The guest of honor is already in Arusha. And hey, I'm told chakula bado. But the guest of honor is already in Arusha, and her time was supposed to be from 2, and we wanted to finish. We only have one panel. With your permission, the guest of honor for the morning. Would we take this panel? Then when we come in the afternoon, we do the speeches and awards. So we are consulting. But unfortunately, I have to allow you, okay?
We are not consulting. We have got our decision in pocket. We want the guest of honor to listen to the last panel so that he can digest what we are saying. When he sits in his chair at MOF, he knows exactly what we mean. So he's to be part of the listeners here.
The discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Suleiman Khamis. And with that organizing committee, Omari, can you go out and make things ready? We will do the network. Yes, Mr. Muhana. Just talk from there. You don't have a... Please assist.
Do a small correction. The commissioner was kind enough not to state that I was wrong, stating that TIRA is regulating both insurance and pensions. He corrected me over the coffee break. He was so polite, did not want to break my bubble. So I stand corrected. TIRA is not involved in regulating pensions.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, it's good to accept the corrections, and it is a great honor also to give it in front of the people. Thank you. I want us to break for lunch. It's networking and lunch. We can have 1.5 hours lunch break. Lunch will be served from 1. Omari, where are we serving lunch? The same place where we took... Omari, where are we serving lunch? Before Omari
Yes, Chair. About the timing, yes, we break for 90 minutes. For lunch and networking, we should be here seated by 2.
I'll say 1:45, so that the guest of honor finds us all seated. That's why we are giving that big time. Now, I want to tell you a story before you leave. One customer lady had an accident, a fire accident. The house got burnt, and the insurance was called. And she wanted to know the modalities of payment. And then the assessor who went to the ground told her that it will be on replacement cost. And then she said, oh, replacement cost. Then can you replace my husband too? And the same lady was, persisting for the husband. You need to get life insurance. Hey, why are you asking me every day? I have to get life insurance. The lady tells the husband that your life is not guaranteed in the future. And today there are so many widows, so I need to remain back and live my life without you. Yeah? Ladies and gentlemen, I was reminded that we have delegates from Ethiopia. Ethiopia in the house? Rounds of applause for Ethiopia. Yeah. Ethiopia. Ethiopians are here. We have delegates from Uganda. Sebo. Ogambachi. Tiwari. We have so many delegates from Kenya. So many delegates from Kenya. Congratulations. We have delegates from India. So many delegates from India. And then we also have delegates from Japan. If you didn't know, there is a representative of the Japanese, the UNDP. Josephine is coming from Japan these days. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are breaking at the registration. We are releasing draws by this evening. So if you're not registered for the golf tournament, do so. If you have also not registered for excursion, I'm told there are very good sites you'd want to see, especially the people from Lebanon, the people from South Korea, Japan, who have not gone to see Serengeti, Natarengare. Please, we need to go and look at that. Otherwise, lunch should be served where Apologies. And Omari, would you bring the book? We want to launch the book for IIT. Then we go for lunch. Once you bring the book here, then I will call the Commission of Insurance for the book launch. And Mr. Tanvir, he was charged with this project. Omari, I'm waiting for the book. Now the book is here. Ladies and gentlemen, can we welcome the book, IIT book. Deputy Commissioner, please, with the great honor, would want you to launch this book on behalf of the industry and Tanvir. Then later on, I will call the Commissioner, IIT President, chair of the committee, and few people for the picture. Mr. Tanvir? Just can I have the book? Can I have the package? Yes, Omari. Jamani, rounds of applause for Omari as he climbs the ladder with the book. He has a lot of books. Wait. Okay, and Madam Eliza, do you want me to help you? I know women with high heels here. I was taught this when I was in Japan. So Eliza will give us a few elaboration on what is inside the book. Then we will give it to Madam Deputy Commissioner and Tanvir for a launch. Then we will call in the high table for a group photo on this book. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Commissioner of Insurance, Deputy Commissioner, the President of IIT, the Chairman of the Organizing Committee, all protocol observed. Good afternoon. We all know that history in our life is very important. So the Institute has been in this industry for more than 50 years, and we thought we did not have the right history in place for those that are now in the industry and those that are coming in after all of us. So the Governing Council, together with the management of IIT, sat down and consulted Mr. Rutazamba, who would have been gladly to be here today, but he could not make it today, and requested him as he was part of the Institute ever since its commencement. So he organized all the issues that happened in the past to create this book, so that we have something in our industry as heritage for the insurance industry. So we compiled a committee who came together to compile this book, and we thought today we would present it to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Elizabeth is in charge of Secretariat at IIT. And now we will give, Omari, how do you want to do it? Oh, there's some Kasi. Okay, I will count. Omari, were you also in the nani? Baska mbali na picha. Okay, we want to count 3, then you just do as advised. 1, 2, 3. The book is officially launched, From Vision to Legacy. Wow, wow. Can you give the book to Madam Deputy Commissioner? Pictures. Wow, wow, wow. Would you open what is inside? This book that is blank. Oh. Okay, yeah, the page is blank. Okay, yes, yes, yes. Rounds of applause for the people who actually were behind this great work. And one of them was Mr. Rutazamba, who is not able to be with us here, but I know he's watching this online. We really appreciate his efforts. So then I would request Mr. Commissioner, you are the first to get this book. Madam will give the commissioner the book. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Dr. Sakware, receive the book on behalf of the industry. Madam IIT, the President, come and receive the book. Mr. Suleiman Kamis, come receive the book. No, sorry, Commissioner. We want to take a group picture with everybody with the book. Mama Ikongo, take your book. ATI chair, please. Go take your book from there. From Dikoi, from Deputy Commissioner. And Tiba, President. Go take your book. Tiba, President. Agents Association, President. Agents Association. Take the book to Agents Association. I know Bankers Association. The president. Oh, is the president? Okay. Then we also have Atlas. Take your book from Madam. Omari, would you help me move this? I want to. How do you? I want to take pictures for those people with the book. Sorry. Atlas, go take your book. So, Commissioner, you need to be in here at the center. Madam Nicole at the center, and the Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner. Yeah, so this is your book. You are well represented. I know this is the picture of the great picture of this event. Just show the book. Just show the book. Yes, show the book. Rounds of applause. So these books will be outside there. This book would be ordered for 150,000. If you need the book, please, they will be at IIT at 150,000. But we will announce where you can easily access them. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And now we are privileged to network as we wait for lunch from 1 o'clock. Karibuni sana for lunch. I would expect CEOs and to buy more copies. Buy copies, take to your people, take to your offices. Yeah. If you buy 10, we will give you 10% discount. But by order of the MC. very good afternoon to you all. I've been informed that the guest of honor is around the room, is around the building. He's actually getting to the holding room and he should be out here anytime soon. Would I make a very humble request? There are seats in front that are empty. Please, just come. Naombeni wale ambao mmekaa kwa nyuma kidogo. Picha pia itoki vizuri mkiacha seats hapa katikati. Charles, umenielewa eh? I'm very happy. You are coming from Zimbabwe and you understand Swahili very well. But somebody who is coming from Ngaramtoni anataka niongee Kiingereza zaidi. Please move forward. Move forward. Just move forward. Move forward. Ili picha zetu nazo zitoke vizuri. Mgeni rasmi anaenda kuchukuliwa na nisingependa hizi viti katikati hapa viko empty. We are starting. Organizing committee, please bring delegates inside. Organizing committee, bring delegates inside. Omari Hanspop, I don't see you. You've left me hanging. Somebody made very good notes but left the book here. Because it can be used by any other person later and I don't know the handwriting. This handwriting resembles handwriting of a doctor. Welcome back after lunch. Welcome back after lunch. Na ningependa mgeni rasmi wakati anaingia wote tutasimama kumkaribisha. I'm requesting those who are coming in, please just come in front. There are seats in front. For those who are just coming in now, the guest of honor has already arrived. He's getting the briefing, and very soon he will be joining us in this room. Tayari. Ladies and gentlemen, the guest of honor is almost getting to the room. Let's get our seats. And whenever they come in, I will request all of us to stand as we welcome them here. In the next 2-3 minutes, they'll be here. Not long ago, but they should be here very, very soon. Naomba tusimame wakati mgeni rasmi anaingia. Karibu sana mgeni rasmi, karibu sana, karibuni sana. Tukae. Ndugu mgeni rasmi, karibu sana kwenye kikao chetu cha mwaka wa 2026 wa Insurance Day. Na kwa sababu tuna wageni mbalimbali, wengine wametoka Zimbabwe, wengine wametoka Zambia, Kenya, Uganda. Wengi wao hawana uelewa wa hii lugha, lakini tunatamani wote twende sawa. Kwa ridha yako naomba ni switch kidogo kwa Kiingereza ili wote waelewe zaidi. Asante sana. The guest of honor, we are honored to have you here. And it has been a very great pleasure since morning having a conference discussing issues that improving our market. And the biggest topic that was chosen for this conference also builds our policies in the industry to ensure the biggest sustainability. So without much ado, I will call the last panel discussion, and then I will hand over the program for great speeches. We also want to hear from the guest of honor. And then later on, we'll call it a day. And I promised, as the chair of the committee said, this event is different. There's no wasting of time. Allow me to call Mr. Jumanne Mbepo. Jumanne is a renowned insurance practitioner. He calls himself Bwana Bima. He's a lecturer. Currently, he's holding a position as head of bank assurance with Stanbic Bank. So Jumanne will be taking us through the panel discussion, especially for the regulators. We want to hear what the regulators say on the main topic. Karibu sana Jumanne. Rounds of applause for Jumanne.
Asante sana Jared. So when I was told that my duty will be to make the regulators talk, I asked myself, how can I make them talk without making them talk what they're not supposed to talk? So we have been here since the morning, and the greatest agenda has been taxation. Among other things we discussed, but taxation has came out as the leading player from panel number 1, panel number 2, whatever we spoke, pricing, all other discussion, but taxation has been the angle of the discussions. But before I call my panel, when Mr. Amis Suleiman was opening up the meeting early in the morning, so he said insurance is dependable, is independence of different regulators. And I asked myself, how many regulators does insurance work with where we're sitting? So if you have a digital insurance sales platform or product, you come to see that you cannot run away from TCRA for your application. You cannot run away from TIRA, who is looking over your product, parameters and everything. TRA, you will ask about taxes and everything. BOT, we spoke about the guidelines on local currencies, plus consumer protections, but also personal data committee, and so on. So insurance sector works with a lot of stakeholders who are regulators. So there is a cross-regulatory engagement plus LATRA when you want to get your license. But today we'll have a chance to talk to 3 regulators, TIRA being the home, and 2 players from away, which is TRA for the taxi space, and also we'll have BOT looking over how can the regulators collaborate well to make sure that the insurance business works as we plan. So I will invite my 3 panelists who will join me to dwell on the topic regulatory response and way forward. But these 3 gentlemen will speak about taxation reform for the insurance growth and affordability, but also we'll look over pricing flexibility and regulatory balances. One of the panelists spoke about if we speak about insurance cost being high, is it all about the taxes or should we look over the cost or expenses of the business? So the regulators who were here since the morning will come up here and give us their way forward from whatever they heard from the panels and the keynote speaker early in the morning. What are their way forward in view of the insurance market after whatever has been said here by the panelists before? Without taking much time, I will first call Dr. Bagayo Sakwale, who is Commissioner for Insurance of TIRA. He is overseeing the insurance sector soundness, as we usually say, the kwa soko salama la bima, on the stage to take his seat so that we can start our next panel discussion. From TRA, representing Commissioner General of TRA, Mr. Deogratis Schumer. He is the regional manager, but will be here representing Commissioner General of TRA. We all know that TRA's duty is overseeing tax collection, but also practice of tax in the country, and particularly in the insurance sector. From Central Bank, representing the governor of the Central Bank, we'll be calling Mr. Rajabu Msumile, with the principal examiner from the Central Bank. He'll be representing the governor to address how regulatory coordination for a current insurance ecosystem can be of support. So, before I take my seat, 2 things I want to put on the floor. One being the discussion which was done in the second panel. As a recap, this panel spoke about how insurance sector has been positioning different agendas on tax reform issues, the VAT, withholding tax, and I heard Dr. Anselm took us through the whole process, but we'll give it like 10 to 15 minutes our tax representative to tell us reforms which has gone through the financial sector regarding taxes. And then the first panel, a little bit, and the second panel discussed about how the underwriting profit is affected by pricing in insurance. But one key issue which was raised was, is it about the pricing or the expenses of the business? So we'll also hear from the Commission about the pricing flexibility and regulatory balances in this market. As I move to my seat, my first speaker, because we expect to have 15 minutes each from my speakers, first to unpack their inputs on the three agendas I positioned, and then I'll be having my follow-up questions. Then I'll open up the floor for the participant to address their issues, questions, contribution as we proceed. And let me tell you, participants, this is the only time you have the three regulators on the floor. So if you have any issue to address, prepare yourself and make sure that you don't get out of this room today.
From TIRA, CEOs, let me say that the protocol has been observed. Good afternoon. It's very unfortunately that we are having this session after the food, but I hope the moderator will assist us in making sure that everybody is awake. So as you said, my name is Dr. Shuma. I'm the regional manager of Tanzania Revenue Authority in Arusha region. First, I must say that the industry, the insurance industry or sector at a large is considered as a specialized sector as far as taxation is concerned. And so therefore, most of the transactions or most of the companies that are registered are being dealt with our special team that is seated at the large taxpayers department. And most of the companies of insurance are filing and registered, making their payments through that office of the Commissioner for Large Taxpayers. And we have, because this is a profession, one of the lady was saying that she teaches actuarial business, and actuarial, you know that it is a rare profession. And you guys must be very lucky because you are in a rare profession. But I would rather say that the question that has been posed to me is about policy. But before I go for policy, let me say what is happening as far as taxation law with regards to insurance is concerned. Tanzanian tax laws treat insurance business as I said, as a special sector, and they set out the taxation of the insurance business in two business categories. One is the general insurance business, and the other is the life insurance business. And most of the taxes, as you can see, we have only two tax laws that affect the industry in general. One is the Income Tax Act, and the other is the VAT Act, which of course was introduced about 7 or 6 years ago. The inclusion into the business that are listed, we just include premium received from clients of the business and payments received from insurers, and that is as far as general insurance is concerned, and that is as far as the Income Tax also Act is concerned. But amounts that are deducted, they are payments made to persons insured and reinsured by the businesses, and premiums paid by the business to insurers. But again, we charge life insurance businesses, and apart from also being part and parcel of income taxes because of the income that is generated through life insurance businesses, but we also introduced the VAT on insurance business, and specifically, this is, I think, the main issue that has brought challenges as far as I was listening to presentations made earlier on. And I must admit that Dr. Anselim has said a lot about taxation as far as the industry is concerned. So if I may admit, his presentation was very insightful, and he has touched a lot of areas that are affected by the taxation, and he has already said about policy issues on how tax reforms are being taken to the parliament, from the task force up to the from the tax reform task force, and then to the think tank, and then to the cabinet, up to the parliament as well. So we as TIRA, what is our role? As far as I'm concerned, our role is to implement the reforms that have been passed by the parliament. So our main role is, first of all, engage practitioners and business personnel in the industry by making them aware of what they're supposed to do after the reforms are being released through the Finance Acts. So we do that. And we also, after making them aware, we also register if there is a need to register, because if there is any new tax that is being introduced, those who are affected or those who are supposed to implement must be registered. So our role also is to register them. And then after registering, it is also our role to make sure that filing is done as it is supposed to be, basing on the reforms made in the various tax laws. And also, we do that other thing which is not very popular, and that is enforcement. Yeah. So reforms that were made, as you ask, what kind of reforms that have been made in the industry, I said that one of the reforms which is being complained about some difficulty in implementing, as Mr. Dr. Vincent has said, is VAT. So right now, what I'm supposed to do here is to take whatever that Mr. Vincent has said, and because I'm not a policymaker, as you have already called, we are not a policymaker. So we will, this is some sort of engagement, and through this engagement, we will get a lot of inputs. Once we get the inputs, we will bring the same into the tax reforms task force, and maybe there is a need to engage you guys from the moment when we are making awareness on the tax reforms that have been made. But again, I must, and Vincent has already said, there are some of reforms that have been made in the last year, and that includes VAT exemption on reinsurance premiums, and also then this has addressed the administrative costs to insurers that make inbound reinsurance more cheaper than it was before the reforms. I think you must admit that. But again, this year, there were proposals, and I think they have passed. And 2 years ago, I think 2 years ago, if not 2 years ago, we said that deemed distribution should be at the rate of 30%. But this year, we have tabled proposals to reduce the same into 15%. And this affects all sectors of the business, but as also insurance companies being one of the sectors of the business, are being affected as well. So instead of 30% deemed distribution, from next year it is going to be 15%. And again, you are coming from bank, moderator. Banks have been exempted. So these are the current reforms which of course we are going to start making awareness to the public effective after the Finance Act is passed by Her Excellency the President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Now I rest my case for you, so you can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shuma. So, as you are discussing your space, I think a few things I've noted. You said your job is doing awareness, registration, and enforcement.
Come again?
I think you said TIRA job is mainly doing awareness, right? Registration when there's new taxi, plus enforcement.
Administration at large.
Okay, administration.
Yeah. Thank you.
But from the discussion we had this morning today, most of panels discussed about how does taxation suppress insurance affordability. You know, we had those discussions that maybe the VAT or the other taxes which are included in the insurance suppress the insurance affordability. What is your view? Do you believe in that statement?
Well, taxes has never been popular. And this is the problem. Whenever you impose tax, of course everybody, because tax has a negative impact on the consumption, because it goes direct to the final consumer of a product, especially the indirect taxes. So if there are arguments that penetration of the insurance industry into population, we were discussing here about, I was writing, let me see, what makes it difficult for insurance to penetrate to the more people or more to the population of the country. And most people were arguing about whether it is taxation, whether it is cost. You yourself, moderator, when you were welcoming us here, you said the same. And I think the argument that it is taxation needs a lot of research, as Dr. Vincent has already said, and a lot of, because what was the situation before imposition of the tax? He said almost 34% in 2017, 2019, I mean 34, there was a drop of 34%. But again, when you are presenting here, you say penetration has increased. So there are contradictory messages here. Because when you introduce tax, when you introduce new tax, as I say, the tax is not popular. People, it might shake people. But after being used, people get used and then life goes on. That is what I think. But as far as I'm concerned, Dr. Vincent has already said what is the major issues here. But again, I must alert you that the major issue about any government when it is looking for resource mobilization, you have to look at the expansion of the tax base. Once you look at the expansion of the tax base, you have to look at the sectors which are not taxed. And when we introduced the VAT in 2017, the sector of insurance wasn't taxed VAT for the, I've been with TIRA for 28 years now, and it is the first time that the financial sector was really, VAT was introduced into the financial sector. I know that even the bank charges, it was the first time we introduced the VAT on the bank charges. And now I'm seeing that it is getting used, and services of the banks, people are more using more the services of the banks, and you have already said that even the insurance is penetrating more, though at the beginning there was a challenge.
So thank you, Mr. Shuma. So I'll come back to you. You know, it's interesting because sometimes increase of penetration or uptake of insurance might probably say the mandatory policy like motor, we have so many cars coming in the country, so premium is paid more. So it might be a case of affordability. But the angle I was looking at was affordability of the pricing of insurance when you look on the tax space. But before we proceed with you, let me go back to Mr. Commissioner. You know, I started with the taxi discussion because I said the elephant in the room is taxi for the whole panel discussion we had from morning. But also, the panel discussed about insurance pricing. The first discussion from Isa and Mr. Mohana was more on pricing, how is insurance pricing structured, but also all other parameters. In 10 minutes, if we can hear from you, Commissioner, and if you can try to give us a picture or an address on how pricing flexibility and regulatory balance can help to move this insurance market. Karibu, Commissioner.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon. Dear guest of honor, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Minister of Finance, dear delegates, first of all, I think we need to celebrate and appreciate our achievements as a sector. Yes, we are not yet there, but we can measure the success. We can measure the success because the success can only be measured if there is a movement. Movement from point 1 to point 2. There is an increment. We are moving as a sector. And the success can be measured also by the strategies we put in place so that we know our desire. We know where we want to go. We have a roadmap. We have a strategy. And let me just mention few of those things which you have to celebrate. First, in 5 years, last 5 years, to be precise, in 2019, the population of people using insurance products and services was 8.4 only of the population. 2025, there is about 38.6 people using insurance products and services of the population. We are measuring the number of policies and beneficiaries of those policies. About 38.6% of the population. In 2019, we had an industry had employed only 3,189 people, employees. And these are the employees who are paid for their NSSF, not the other ones. Right now, the sector is employing around 7,209 employees, formal. And in 2019, we had a gross written premium of Tanzanian shillings 814 billion. Right now, we are around 1.6 trillion. And our contribution was 1.55 in 2019. And right now, 2025, we are talking of 2.1 contribution to the GDP. So we have something, and this has come from the regulations we have, taxes we have, guidelines we have, and everything we have right now. What is our strategy? we know what we want. We want in 2030 to have our contribution to GDP about 3%. In 2050, 5%. It is in the TIRA 2050. So as a country, as an industry, we are moving. We have a success. Are we there? No. We have to put more efforts, more coordinated efforts, as discussed in various panels today. Now, going to your question now, the facilitator, there was a discussion around pricing. Why pricing? Why pricing regulation exists? Pricing was not, pricing regulation was not introduced because the regulator wanted to control the market. It has become necessary when the market practices started to undermine the fundamental principles of insurance, the fundamental principles to protect the policyholders. And historically, if the insurance market can operate without this pricing, when the fundamentals of the principles of insurance are affected, price regulations becomes necessary. And this has happened over time in our market. Some insurers and other markets started competing what we call unsustainable pricing competition. Of course, coming from the greedy of the insurers, a practice where a stronger insurance company take advantage of the weak by taking all the businesses using their muscles. Premium were charged very low, below the actuarial level of risk, mainly to obtain the market share. So this practice brings about a weakened underwriting discipline. And imagine a situation where if you want to buy an insurance for your car, you deal with a broker. So you assume you are dealing with a broker. And then a broker A will give you a price of 10,000. And then will ask another insurer, this insurer A has given me 10,000. What are you going to give for this client? 8,000. Then insurer B will give 8, insurer C will give 7, insurer D will give 5, at last there will be 1,000. And that is beyond, very below the actual level of risk. What will happen? What is the consequences of that practice? There will be inadequate premium collection. There will be a weak underwriting practices. There will be no solvency, deteriorating solvency positions for the companies. There will be no payment of claims, delays in payment or difficulties in paying the claims from the industry. And ultimately, the public confidence to the service is reduced. So we as a regulators, we don't sit there and watch when the service providers experiences financial difficulties because of unfair competition, because of unfair pricing, because of multi-practices around pricing. And worse, some international investors, international reinsurers, become reluctant to participate in the market without a proper control in pricing. So the market will be boycotted by the international market. And we all here, we know, without reinsurance, there is no insurance. So we have to take an action to protect the market capacity, to protect the investors' confidence, but also to have a long-term sustainability of the market. But above all, we wanted the regulators' intervention to the pricing brings about, it is part of the role of the regulator to protect the sustainability of the market, but to protect the policyholders, market stability, public confidence, financial soundness of the insurers, but also enhance what I've just said, investors' confidence. Now, that is why we introduced MRO in 2018. Fundamentally, what happens before 2018 was that there was an unfair competition, weak underwriting practices. So we thought prices need to be determined by the market, but also by underwriting risks. So we set a minimum underwriting risk for certain risks, not all. We put a minimum rate. As part of managing what I've said, stability of the market. And our role there was to set a minimum technical standard that has to be observed by insurers or by the industry, so that we will maintain proper. Right now, what do we have after implementing MRO? We have solvency margin positions improved for most of the companies. The claims payment enhanced. Insurers can pay claims. But we have also enhanced our standard of enforcement. And it's our hope that a properly enforced MRO will bring a fair competition, consumer protection will be enhanced, and there will be a discipline in the market, especially underwriting discipline. In the discussion, of course, I have seen there's a discussion about whether it is only pricing which will be required to be regulated, or even the management expenses and commission. That is very true. Pricing is not the only area we need to regulate or to bring about market discipline. We need to regulate management expenses, commissions, administrative costs, even acquisition cost. In an ideal market, which is not something which has occurred in our markets, it is a theoretical analysis that the market forces could do that. But that has not happened in any market. So the control of these areas is very important. Is very important. Management expenses, commissions, administrative, acquisition cost, plus pricing has to be controlled. And we have to discuss and see how we do that. The objective is to have proper, is to ensure that there is a premium, is well collected, but enough premium to pay claims, to have reserves, to have solvency, but also to have long-term sustainability. Let me finish, moderator, by saying MRO provides you a minimum rates, not a standard rates. there's that confusion. That has to be done by self-regulatory bodies. The minimum rate is intended for the lowest risk insured. But I admit also that this minimum rate has become now, in practice, they have become like a standard rate, which is not something we have expected. So my message is, how do we balance? How do we balance between those two issues? I think people has to go back to the underwriting discipline. The existing minimum rates does not remove the responsibility of the insurers to conduct proper underwriting. Insurers are still required to assess risk properly, differentiate risk, charge premium that reflect the actual exposure, apply high loading to the higher risks, and of course we'll go on looking at how do we manage commissions and administrative and management expenses. Thank you, moderator.
Thanks, Commissioner. So, as I say, the session is the way forward, trying to address some few issues which were raised in the different panel discussions. And Commissioner has tried to unpack most of the issues which I noted here. I have a single follow-up question trying to understand. You know, when you are doing your submission, and you said that underwriting should follow the guidelines, and from the basis of the understanding, underwriting looks on a risk assessment, so pricing comes later after risk assessment. Does MRO speaks of the underwriting procedure? Because technically what I'm seeing, there is a price, you start from the rate, then you go to analyze the risk, whether should I load more or stick with the minimum. So does the MRO come with the, what should you say, come with the performance-based or control-based? I'm trying to find it the right way, but does it look on the underwriting procedures whereby we think we need to understand the risk first, then the price, or now we have to get the price first, then go for the risk analysis?
That is very unfortunate. I think what MRI did is that the market did a survey, a diagnostic study on the risk exposures of various classes of risks. And it is from that study where we determine this is the minimum price for a given class of business. Below this, you will be charging a risk unfairly, because the statistics from the industry, which includes claims history, which includes the number of occurrence, which includes any other actuarial parameters, has determined that this is the minimum price you can charge for a motor vehicle for comprehensive or for third-party liabilities. Now, what would we expect as an industry is to say, this is the minimum for this car, what am I going to charge? What am I going to load from this minimum? So it is not like you start with the minimum and say you start assessing the risk. No, you only need to say this, what is the type of class? That type of risk is a motor risk. A motor risk has this minimum. What can I load after I get the business from the minimum? But the practice is the difference. Whenever we issue a minimum rate, that becomes a standard rate. And good thing is, those has not come from the regulator's office. We just take an industry commissioned study. But what from now we are learning, we have started doing our own analysis and actuarial undertakings. And of course, the minimum rates which will be issued has taken many consideration on various issues. But including, for example, how do you put loading? How do we make sure that certain survey determines a loading? So those are the things we have improved in a revised version of minimum rate 2018.
So I think we hear that there's something coming in the market, the minimum rate in 2018. I mean 2018 or
2026.
2026. Yes. So let's get prepared to digest it. So let me move to the BOT perspective now. As I said, that insurance works with different regulators, different partners, and cross regulators. And BOT look over the country financials soundness. Do you think BOT's view on insurance as a component of health financial system? So when you speak about the health financial system in the country, do you see insurance there as one of the components?
Thank you, moderator. So, guest of honor, Commissioner of Insurance, Deputy Commissioner of Insurance, CEOs, insurance practitioners, ladies and gentlemen, protocols observed. I'm very thankful for having me here. May I also express my sincere appreciation to the Governor of the Bank of Tanzania for allowing me to participate in this discussion. So, to respond to your question, if we may recall one of the mandates of the central bank, if I may mention two of them, one of them is to ensure financial stability, and the second one is to promote financial inclusion. So from the Bank of Tanzania perspective, insurance is not regarded just as a niche market segment or as a financial subsector. Rather, insurance is regarded as an essential component of resilient, inclusive, and stable financial sector. So we know that insurance provides insurance covers to household and business. These are key players to financial sector stability. So they cover these household and business against unexpected losses, and in turn support economic recovery from shocks and strengthen confidence in the economic activity. So as in banking, we know that banking institutions are primarily rewarded for risk-taking. Their primary business is taking deposits and granting loans. And granting loans is also associated with the risks. So insurance serves as an important risk mitigation tool for banking sector. In the era with emerging risks like current, we are faced with the climate-related financial risks. Insurance products tailored to meet these kind of risks are of utmost importance in ensuring that they provide or they enable borrowers, or they are covering borrowers against adverse events that could compromise their repayment capabilities. Suppose in a scenario where a bank has issued a credit accommodation, and then that customer is faced with adverse risk or adverse event associated with the climate change. And then in the absence of insurance which could cover them, if there is a tailored product to meet for them, then that customer is likely to default that loan. And defaulting loan will lead to NPLs, which will ultimately deplete banks' liquidity and profitability. So this has, by providing financial protection against losses, insurance enhances the repayment capacity of borrowers. So this is important. This has important implication for financial stability when borrowers are unable to absorb losses arising from unforeseen events. The likelihood of defaults increases. So, and in the event where the bank has issued a loan and the loan is not covered with the appropriate collaterals or is not insured, then the chances that loss given defaults are always high. So if the loss given defaults are high, they will obviously deplete bank profitability, constrain credit growth, and ultimately pose risk to financial system stability. So from the Bank of Tanzania, the way we view insurance penetration or insurance inclusion, we are not viewing it as solely an objective of the insurance subsector, rather as a financial inclusion, risk management, and financial stability objective. Thank you.
Thank you, Jabu. So a simple summary I got from that submission that insurance sector is not a niche sector. It's an enabler of the total financial system. In availability of insurance, probably the banking sector can collapse when there's a lot of defaults, right? In availability of insurance being in the bigger cycle of the financial system, probably some of the big projects could have collapsed if anything happened to them. That is a simple summary.
Absolutely, what you have said is very right, because try to think on a scenario where a bank has issued a loan, maybe it's secured by goods in the warehouse. Then if fire happens and all goods, all goods are burnt by the fire, then that customer or that borrower will not be able to generate the cash flow which will be sufficient enough to repay the loan, and ultimately will have an impact on the non-performing loans. And the non-performing loans, their impact will be felt on two aspects: the profitability of the bank and also the liquidity. So talking about liquidity, meaning that it will impact the ability of the banks to meet maturing obligations. So insurance plays a crucial role in enabling financial stability.
Thank you, Rajab. So a follow-up question, you know, as you said, insurance now is a crucial part of this. So the architecture engineer between banks, BOT, TIRA, and TIRA, insurance, tax, and do you think, because Mr. Hamis Suleiman answered that there's a circular which came out, but he said, I don't know where should I take the letter to address the issues which were part of that circular. The pricing, the use of the Tanzania shillings guideline. So I'm trying to see, do you think, is there any place whereby there is a break between whatever BOT is doing, TRA is doing, and TIRA should be doing to make sure that the ecosystem which you said that there is dependency should work better?
Yeah, maybe I can first explain where we are standing now and where we can move to respond to your question. So understanding that to ensure there is insurance penetration is not a one-person responsibility, the Bank of Tanzania has been collaborating with the other stakeholders, including TIRA. And as for the case of TIRA, we have a memorandum of understanding on supervising bank assurance business. So when it comes to insurance services provided by banks and financial institutions under the ambit of the Bank of Tanzania, then we have collaborative efforts from the legislation of those banks who intending to venture into bank assurance business, but also in supervision. So, and we have seen these collaborative efforts yielding the intended results. For instance, with the collaboration between BOT and TIRA, we have observed that the bank assurance, the insurance services offered by the bank, accounts for approximately 20% of the total premium collected by the insurance subsector. So you can see the contribution of this bank assurance business when it comes to collection of the total aggregate premium of the sector is 20%. But also, through this kind of collaboration, in which you can also onboard TIRA. They provide platform for regulators to iron out what are the challenges and what are the solutions. And when we are doing these ones, it's not only that the regulators, like we have seated here, 3 of us, but usually we also engage industrial practitioners associations. I can give an experience in banking sector. When they have any issues maybe relating to the other regulator other than bank, maybe it TIRA or any other one, we can always sit together, the Bank of Tanzania, Tanzania Bankers Association, as well as TIRA, and see what are the challenges, if it requires to involve the policy makers, be it the Minister of Finance. We always work in a collaboration to achieve the intended objective.
Before I allow the delegates to ask the question, I have a last question from your view. As you said that the sectors collaborate now. Now I'm happy, TIRA, you can go in the system, fetch a vehicle number, and then you get the details from TIRA. We see how now TIRA works with LATRA, trying to do cross-regulatory engagement. I think this is the question I posed before even. Now we see now BOT wants to get real-time data from banks. And we say that all the data which are stored by TIRA can be integrated with BOT for them to use them. Do you think there is a need for BOT to integrate directly to the banks and not going through the other regulator, which is TIRA, who is also having a robust system which is storing all the data?
So in that scenario, yes, as the Bank of Tanzania, we have embarked on the development of real-time supervision information system in which we'll be accessing directly supervised all data from regulators on real-time basis. So if those data are also available, for instance, when it comes to the issue of bank assurance, is one of the regulatory data we are collecting from the banks. And currently we are receiving them on monthly basis. But where we are anticipating is that our vision is to collect them on real time. Once you book an insurance policy on behalf of the principal insurer, we should be able to know that Bank A has now booked the insurance, and we have a number of the so-called data structure on the insurance, on the bank insurance business. What kind of information are we looking for prudential purposes? So in that regard, in the scenario where TIRA is also collecting the same information as the bank requires, this is the matter of TIRA, Bank of Tanzania, to sit down and see, TIRA, what you are collecting, does it suffice my regulatory expectation? Or BOT, what you are intending to collect from the banks, TIRA has it all. So we can easily make an integration, but all this requires a thorough scrutiny and discussion. In this panel discussion, you cannot come and say conclusive, from now onwards, we are going to fetch the data from TIRA.
Thank you for your Commissioner. Do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I think I just wanted to add on the ecosystem. One has to understand that the government is one. You can go through the Ministry of Finance, which is regulating banks, but also insurance. But I just wanted to add to the industry that there is a Financial Stability Forum, which is chaired by the Bank of Tanzania, Governor of Bank of Tanzania, which is a forum which invites practitioners and regulators and various ministries as well. And Association of Tanzania Insurers is the member to that forum. The forum receives the agendas from any member. It depends what are you bringing to the forum. If you are bringing your attendance, then it will be recorded that you have attended. But if you are bringing the agendas for discussion, they will be discussed and deliberated. And we deliberate a lot of M&O's issues, what do we call mobile network operators. We deliberate many issues from Tanzania Bankers Association. We deliberate, of course, from Association of Tanzania Insurers. But I urge you, it is at a very minimum submissions. So I think there are forums, but no one will say bring something. You have to bring yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for addition on that. So now I'll open the floor for the question from the delegates. I'll take first two questions, and the rule is the same. If you have someone specific you want to respond to that question, please address with the name to be easy. I'll ask do we have ushers, or we can use our mics on the desk to proceed? So you can raise your hand if you have anything you want to ask. You know, we have TIRA here. I heard over the lunch, somebody said, oh, do we charge VAT on claims when we are paying claims? You know, so raise your hand and ask those questions. Mr. Mwana. Now you're okay?
Now, yes. I'd like to ask a question for TRA, if you don't mind. What is the clear regulation between cross-border, I shouldn't say cross-border, but between mainland Tanzania and Zanzibar as far as VAT? We know that we have VAT in Tanzania and we have VAT in Zanzibar. And we know for a fact that if somebody pays VAT there, they withhold the VAT, and then here, the original insurance company cannot reclaim the VAT correctly, the difference of 3% or whatever. Do you have an answer to that?
We have another, so let me take two questions first. We'll respond and then we'll open for another one. There's another question that side.
Okay, thank you. My question is directed to TRA. Thank you. You clarified regarding the exemption on VAT on reinsurance premiums. But I think we still have a challenge in terms of whether the exemption applies to VAT on reinsurance commissions. And the interpretation has not been very clear to say the commissions that are earned from the reinsurance premiums, are they part of the exemption or they are not part of the exemption? Thank you.
So I think, Mr. Shuma, you can respond the first two questions and then we'll take others.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. The issue of VAT mainland and VAT Zanzibar is because of the administrators of the VAT. In Zanzibar, we have Zanzibar Revenue Authority, which is mainly for Zanzibar, and VAT of Zanzibar is being administered by the VAT Act of the Zanzibar Revolutionary Government, and that is being administered by the Zanzibar Revenue Authority. Even the rates are different from the rates of the rates charged in Tanzania mainland. While the VAT Act of the Tanzania mainland is applicable only in Tanzania mainland, is not applicable in Tanzania Zanzibar. However, we have already set rules on how to, when you're doing business between the business persons of Tanzania Zanzibar and Tanzania mainland, there are ways of claiming input tax charged in Zanzibar, I mean on VAT charged in Zanzibar for a trader who is trading in Tanzania mainland. It is allowable. Was that your question?
Maybe I'll make a clear question. If the invoice issued in mainland, it attracts 18% VAT. But the client is in Zanzibar. When he pays, he withholds the 15% of VAT. So he doesn't pay and he doesn't provide. So we in mainland end up paying 18% and the client in Zanzibar withhold the 15%. And
Yeah, we do. If you have imported goods in Tanzania mainland and they are to be consumed in Tanzania Zanzibar, you will enjoy the 18%. You will charge if you are operating in Tanzania mainland and your products are whatever that you are charging, the consumer is in Tanzania Zanzibar, right? Is that your question? Yeah. So you will charge him 18%. Is that what you do? Yeah. You will claim the full 18% while he is charging 15%. Just like it is when you transact with a person who is in Tanzania, Zanzibar, he will charge you 15%. But just because you are a trader in Tanzania mainland, when you sell, you charge 18%, but you will have the claim of a 15% that you have been charged in Zanzibar. That's how it is operating. And we have already engaged the Commissioner General of Tanzania, Zanzibar Revenue Authority, and they are setting some, because we have just introduced the integrated domestic revenue administration system, and they are having their own tax administration system. We want to make sure that this system is interface so that we enhance compliance. The other question was about reinsurance. Yeah, as I was saying in the early at the early stages when I was presenting here, I've not been practicing because of the speciality of the industry. This insurance business is being administered by the Land Taxpayers Department. So I'll take that question and maybe I'll respond through the moderator so that we can put a clear, because I'm not, I fear to answer a question which is not, I can provide an explanation which is not satisfactory. But as far as I know, there are exemption on reinsurance, you say.
Yeah. So I think, so you want to add something, but what I understand that this one is taken as an action, so that it can be written, or it can be responded on a written basis, because it depends on other players to give their technical view on how the exemption on the insurance business, because what he was asking was the commission coming out of the reinsurance business, are they also exempted? That is what your point, is it?
Yes, so because the local reinsurers do not pay VAT on reinsurance, but we also as reinsurance brokers earn commission from them. But so the commission that we earn in terms of the current act on VAT exemption does not speak to the commissions that we earn. So there's kind of a misunderstanding whether we should assume we are exempt or we assume we are not exempt. I think that's the question. Thank you.
So I think, Mr. Shuma, this is the awareness bit which TIRA is doing, because I think the same question we had, life insurance is exempted from VAT, but the commission brokers and banks earn has VAT. So idea is the same thing. So I think the question would be: the TRA do enough awareness with insurance taxes? I think that the bit of something which is still need to be taken care.
Yeah, I think that is what we are supposed to do. Because when we say that life insurance is exempted, how comes you are saying that the commission received from sales of the life insurance are taxed? They shouldn't be taxed.
So that's why we need to have clarity on that one, because that's the same thing which is happening from the insurance with the exemption and so on. So I'll be taking some other questions. Josephine, the first one, and we'll have another question. So I have 4 questions. So I'll be numbering them. Josephine, number 1. Number 2. Mr. Manasseh, number 3. Chanya, number 4. And Anselm, number 5. First, and then we'll go another round. So Josephine.
Thank you.
Please direct to a person straight up.
Yeah, so maybe it could be for both TRA and maybe partly TIRA, but just a simple question that even I think my son will ask, and it also goes to the awareness. Someone maybe say, I'm a layman person, I don't really understand. We're talking about tax collection, revenue collection. And I think maybe in terms of awareness, it could really benefit to also understand how these taxes are used to strengthen especially the industry that these taxes are being charged from. So all the tax that are being collected from the insurance industry, are they also used to strengthen the sector? In which areas are more strengthened? Is it only on exempting? But what about the other areas that also even lead to premium subsidy being high? Issues of data, issues of technology, capacity, etc. Thank you.
So that will go to whoever or to TRA specifically?
To TRA, but if also TIRA have knowledge of, maybe because they are the ones who are running the industry, so maybe they are getting some portion of the taxation. It's awareness we need. Thank you.
So we'll go first with that.
I'll go first.
Commissioner, take it. Okay.
Thank you. It's very tricky to ask that whether the tax paid by the industry are enjoyed by the industry. Is that your question? Definitely yes. You are here in a peaceful country. You have used airplanes, infrastructure, many other social services, hospitals, schools. So anyone is using the government taxes. So there is no way that you are not benefiting. Everyone is benefiting the tax we pay to the government. Directly or indirectly. And you cannot, in fact, we might also enjoy taxes even more than what we contribute from the industry. Thank you.
So Joseph, the response is you enjoy it, directly or indirectly. I know you had specific areas like data, subsidies and so on like, but it looks like we get that in an indirect and direct way. So we go with the second question, right? You're okay, yeah?
Yes, my question goes to the commissioner. Yesterday we were told about leveraging the digital spaces dramatically reduces the costs of insurance. And we had examples from Kenya and South Africa of the fintech companies who are doing this. And for the decentralized insurance initiatives like the P2P, peer-to-peer insurance, which is working in Western countries, mutual funds like in China, they require, it's a high volume, low cost business. So definitely when you leverage the digital spaces, the cost will reduce dramatically. Now the question goes to the minimum rating orders that you talked about. don't you think they discourage the adoption of these innovative products because you essentially have capped where the price should start? So if a person tells you, I'm sure of getting 1 million policyholders out of this, and I can price my product lesser than minimum rate order, they would be going against regulators' requirements. And while at it, the moderator also spoke when you started, you were introducing the speakers about the regulatory environment. And the digital space products are the ones who are really affected by this, because as you said, the person who has a digital insurance would have, you listed about 5 or 6, TCRA, TIRA, TRA, personal data protection, BOT, all of these are regulators on one front or another regulating a single business. So, Commissioner, don't you think it's about high time you have a unified framework for all of these regulators, particularly for the businesses who will be requiring an extra hand to work in our country, so that these businesses actually pick up and more people are reached in insurance? Thank you.
So, thank you very much. I think I got your point of view that yes, digital solutions might bring some advantages in terms of scale, uptake, and coverage. And we have a space where we allow any intervention, but upon the request. And some analysis has to be done. So if you have any solution, fintech solutions, and you are thinking that the minimum rate will not, is not necessarily to apply a minimum rate, and you have an arrangement, proper arrangement with the insurer, underwriter of the risks. But of course, after your submission, we will do our internal processes. We'll definitely allow those kind of innovations. So there is a room, and it is not, it doesn't happen once. We are the first here in East Africa to establish insurance digital platforms, which doesn't exist in any country around East Africa. And we are allowing them to work under this space, and it is the submissions which has come to our offices, and it is thinking of the regulator to reward the innovations. So you are most welcome. If you have any investor in that area or any idea, we are ready to look at it and look on different 3D angles, on issues of customer, policyholders protection, because you can have a very cheap product, but when it comes to what you are providing, what you are covering, actually there's no cover. So we also look at those issues. Is there really a cover for that amount of value you're saying? And the underwriter is ready to take it. And actually the people will get that cover. If we look at it and we say, yes, there is, it will take no time to agree. And we've done it in agriculture. We've done it in health products. We've done it in other products, in livestock products as well. So we are ready to accept any innovation.
But there was another one on a unified framework for the all players or the regulators.
I don't understand what is the unified. What do we mean exactly? Because regulators do talk. We have the ways to find out if I want information from the Bank of Tanzania, I'll definitely get it. If I want some issues from TIRA, we talk. The unification, I think that is I'd want to know what type of unification is that.
So 1 minute for 1 minute, because we need to move. We have exactly 9 minutes left.
Yes, I can clarify. Each of the regulator requires some sort of an application. So this is an added cost. When a company registers with TIRA, there's a certain application and certain fees they have to pay. So does the PDPC, TIRA, there's compliance for each and every regulator. So if you really talk to each other, then they can tell you things, and then that person only registers with you. That's just an academic thought.
Now I get it. Thank you very much. I think that is the wish of the government. And actually the President of the United Republic of Tanzania has said, let us harmonize all these regulatory requirements and see. And that process is ongoing. And it's not only in the insurance sector. If you are a farmer in this country, go and count how many regulators you encounter. A farmer. If you are dealing with health, if you are opening now a health service provider, go and list the regulators you encounter. Yes, there is an issue. There are several establishments with several mandates to take. I can give you an example of if I have to register a fintech, say a digital platform, which collects data, which uses mobile network. My level of capacity and the capabilities to ensure that this fintech is doing according to the laws of Tanzania is limited. And I have to ask the TCRI who regulate the MNOs. So yes, internally there are talks, there are issues to harmonize. Maybe the entry point will be one, and then the distribution will be done in a backward office. That is something we are doing. And to be honest, if you look at our financial sector as a whole, the number of regulators in the financial sector is far less to the number of regulators in the health sector, in the farming, livestock, and wherever. I'm not saying we are not going to improve. I think it is enough to say, yes, there is a need to do the improvement, to have a framework where the customer goes to one point and the back end office can be done, and these regulators can talk in the backward office.
I think you've made it clear. So we have limited time. The remaining three people will have to ask, please, can you make it brief, but specific to the person who will want to respond to that one. Mr. Manasseh will go first, and then...
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. It's not necessarily a question, but there's a matter which I wanted us to cross, and I'm happy that the Commission has already touched on it. Yesterday, during the CEO and shareholders meeting, there was a question, which, if I remember well, came from Mr. Ndorwa. He was asking when we'll have the revised MROs. So from what you have said, Mr. Commissioner, if I've heard you very well, you've given a clarification that before one down the year, before we close the year, we will have the revised MROs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manasseh. That is noted. Charles?
Thank you, Mepo. I think mine also is not really a question. It's just a sort of comment or sort of on MRO. I think the Commissioner has mentioned that MRO is coming this year, but I was thinking perhaps if we can put up a standard policy wording which applies to the minimum, because if you're offering a minimum rate, it should be some minimum benefits which are there as well. And of course, we are not going to be the first one. the UK, they have the MRSC, the Market Reform Contract, which is basically the standard. And with that, I think a lot of dispute may be eliminated, and of course, increase certainty to the consumers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think that is not a question, it's a comment. Mwalimu Anselim will be the last one from... okay, Mr. Amis will be the last one after Mwalimu Anselim. I think there's... Okay, so Anselim decided that she has to go to you.
Thanks, moderator, for giving me opportunity to ask. In fact, I should not ask questions while sitting on the right-hand side of the guest of Anna. But I have to ask. My question goes to TIRA representative, and you did not need to answer today. You can just direct us where to make a follow-up, like the gentleman from Central Bank we had during the second panel. We have a question, and he just directed us what to do. But if you have an answer, then you can answer. As you said before, insurance is a specialized discipline. Even its financial statements are quite different from other manufacturing and banking industry. Not only that, we have a standard now, IFRS 17, which is peculiar to insurance industry. You cannot see IFRS 17 on manufacturing industry. There seems a dispute between insurance companies and the Tanzania revenue authorities on the way you translate the revenue. You have, I know, exempted yourself, saying that your job is only implementing. You are an administrator. Maybe the policy architecture, who is on my left-hand side here, maybe has to blame all yourself for not giving the correct interpretation of the IFRS 17. You count cash collected as a revenue, and deriving on what you should tax, you take that cash which have been paid and claims paid on that particular year. But insurance does not work like that. I collect a premium today. When I close my financial year, let's say June 20, if I collect maybe premium in January, and this is June, end of June, I still have unearned premium for 6 months. I've only earned the 50% of the premium. But not only that, this premium, which I have not consumed, there might be liabilities coming today and coming after I've closed the business. Latent liability. Your interpretation is quite different, and we have tried to write several letters to Commission of Large Taxpayers. Maybe he's got a lot of piles, and our letter is below the piles. Maybe we need someone to take it from the lower piles and be coming up. Our question now is, what do we need to do so that we can explain, because we need to explain how we work. I think the problem here is translation and understanding. And that's why we have decided to invite, in this particular session, many tax administrators as we can, so that they can understand how we do our business. Where do we have to forward our pains where we can be listened? We cannot afford to wait for another year, because by that time you will have nothing to assess. All insurance company will be at ICU or at the mortuary. Thank you.
Can I respond?
Yeah, you can.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amisi. You have explained the requirements of international financial reporting standards. But again, when you were asking the question, you didn't go and check on the requirements of the law that, because you are talking about accounting on accrual basis or cash basis. But the spirit of the law under section 58 and 59, that is what is, of the Income Tax Act, that is what is being interpreted, that insurance premiums should be accounted on cash basis. And that is where I think we differ with each other. So I will take this as a feedback from this forum, and I will talk to the Commissioner for Large Taxpayers and see what because I think the issue here is the interpretation of the law and requirements of the international financial reporting standards. That I think there are some ways where they depart. So if you really want to have same interpretation within the law, that thing should go again through the Tax Reform Task Force, because it is interpretation of the law. But again, as I said, I've taken your advice. I'll take this to the Commissioner for Large Taxpayers so that he can respond to whatever that concerns that we have forwarded to him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schumer. So to wrap up, I won't ask any question because we are over above time, but few takeaways I've got from this discussion. As I was opening the panel discussion, I said the biggest two elephant in this room was pricing and taxation. They've been mentioned in this room more than I think 100 times. And yet we'll be leaving this panel discussion with some few action to be taken care. Awareness, interpretation came out as one of the biggest challenges, whereby insurance industry think TIRA is not acting on, because we heard about how do we treat exemption on reinsurance. It's an awareness issue. We've heard about premiums on life are not charged VAT, but commission earning from that business are charged VAT. People are not aware which one is which one. But now we heard about the interpretation on how do we accrue unclaimed exactly. So I think TRA is as a task here to the insurance fraternity, where they have to come back, maybe probably prepare a proper awareness program or engage with the sector to make them understand whatever is happening from their space and what is sector practice really is. That policy and practice issue should be kept aligned at all particular point. But also on the pricing, we be leaving this panel today knowing that there might be an MRO coming next, even though people are still discussing if the previous MRO is still valid, do we need it? But the other one is coming. So when it will come in the market, then let's be there to understand how it works, but also be the ambassadors of preaching the good gospel. Thank you, the delegates, but thank you, my panelists, for just this insightful session. I know we have gone above 3 or 4 minutes. Omar is telling me time, but it was worth it for people to understand what is happening from the regulatory perspective. Asanteni sana.
Rounds of applause for... I was a little bit patient because, you know, these are regulators. You may miss the news of TIRA and get your money stuck. And Suleiman, be very careful with your questions. your account may be closed by BOT. Or there may be the urgent notice. Thank you so much, thank you so much. Because we're almost coming to the end, I would request the Commissioner to remain here, as I also bring our guest of honor, Mr. Joshua, to the podium. I also want to bring the Deputy Commissioner to the podium. That shows you we are almost done. Almost done. And this is the closing ceremony. Okay, then Mr. Suleiman, I need Madam Dikoy. I don't want to talk since the guest of honor has already taken the seat, but there was a small space, maybe 1 minute for a straight talk, a hard talk. Mr. Commissioner, I always say these are not my words. I've been sent by these people here. These people have sent me to be their mouthpiece. The Tanzania insurance sector is in a strong position financially than it was many years. And this one we've seen even from the discussions. Premiums have grown, industry assets have grown, the market has become more profitable than before. We saw that in 2025 results. The regulatory networks are really trying to put the governance in place, the solvency margin. But the hard truth is, insurance penetration is still at 2%. Could there be a calculation to make it better? I was following the BOT, the banking, and if you look at the telcos, the penetration is quite high. Is it about the calculations on GDP? The mathematician asked that question. But then, the social insurance like WhatsApp groups, could it be degrading our penetration? The public trust challenges on claims, we saw yesterday, there are companies that pay claims in 3 minutes. But if you come to our industry, the trust has not made it, because claims will be taking as long as 2 years to be paid. The market is still heavily dependent on motor, while agriculture, SME, and microfinance segments remain underdeveloped. The price pressure, and here they said I should bold it, the price pressure. Underwriters are competing on GWP, while the international standards does not recognize GWP. Should we come out from there? And one person gave me an example. A private motor vehicle premium, third party, over 100%, over 100,000, is discounted at 30%. You will get 70,000, and then you pay commissions 12.5%. Then there is overriding commission of 10%, and then there's a premium levy of 1.5, municipal levy, management expenses bigger than the claims of 25%, sponsorship to TIBA, insurance day, marathons of 10%. Then finally, you feed your treaty, and before paying the claims, you have underwriting loss. of 100,000. Are we doing justice to the shareholders? Insurance awareness remains low, but as it remains low, we also need to play our part. Now, there came a question of Gen Z. I hope you know Gen Z all over the world. And the Gen Z is asking me to ask the leaders in the house that you need to leverage on technology and provide modern and digital tools, platforms to enable flexible working environment. Gen Z should want to work from home, and you still want them to come to the office and lock on the doors. Gen Zs would want to work for organizations that have a clear purpose and beyond. Are they going to take our jobs? And the Gen Zs is asking me to tell you that we need to diversify inclusion to create an environment where different perspectives are valued, engage in equal opportunities for growth and advancements. And the Gen Zs have asked me to tell you that they no longer use internet for only WhatsApp groups or Facebook, but right now they are using WhatsApp to engage in investment on equities. And that means they are more buying shares on the Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange. So with that, they are saying they want to be led with purpose, they want to be developed, mentored, coached, and engaged, and then engage them in meaningful opportunities for growth. Thank you, and that was the hard talk for the day. Thank you so much, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, now is another opportunity to welcome, I know you had spoken in the morning, yeah? But this is an official closing. Just a word, please. The chairman of the organizing committee, Mr. Suleiman Kamis, karibu.
Thanks, Jared. And most of you, you know, I'm a very good student. I've been just asked to say a word, and I will just say a word. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Suleiman knows how to follow instructions. The next is, on behalf of President of IIT, I would want to welcome Elizabeth, the CEO of IIT, to come and give a speech on behalf of the President. She's not feeling well on the voice. I don't know how she will sing tonight.
The guest of honor, Mr. Joshua, Mr. Commissioner, and Decoy, all protocols observed. With her permission, I'm honored to deliver these remarks by the President of IIT, Madam Margaret Ikongo. We are honored to welcome Mr. Joshua Nsubili, the Deputy Secretary of the Ministry of Finance, on behalf of Dr. Natu Mwamba, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Finance. We thank you for accepting to be with us. We are very aware of your busy schedule. We also thank the Commissioner of Insurance, Dr. Sakori Bagayo, as well as the Deputy Commissioner, for your support and active participation in all of our events. We extend our gratitude to our sponsors and the organizing committee, and at the able leadership of Mr. Hamis Suleiman, to all members and delegates, thank you for being here, for indeed without your presence, this event will be vain. We thank our hosts, Arusha region, We had promised last year that we'll be here again, and today this promise has been kept. IIT is committed to advancing insurance profession in our country, in strengthening competence integrity through education, dialogue, and community engagement. Therefore, we are appealing for new members to join both in individual and corporate membership. IIT marks 60 years this year, and we still have few members who were present in the 60s when it was established as an affiliation of the Chartered Insurance Institute of UK. Members who have helped put together a book, The History of IIT, the book which was launched today. It was written by Mr. Tryphon Rutazamba, who joined the industry in 1967. Please ensure that you press your order for a copy. Our own annual BIMA debate competition on 16th May this year, sponsored by ZEPRI, brought together students from secondary schools, university, and college. They debated fearlessly with numbers to justify their views on insurance, finance, and technology. Some of us who are following up the debate kept thinking they are ahead of their time, but that is not the case. This is their time. We are appealing for sponsors to enable us to have biannual debate competition so that we can include primary schools, and we'll be approaching you guys with this request. A quote from the Tanzania Development Vision 2050. By 2050, Tanzania is imagined to be a model of resilience, innovation, prosperity, and diplomacy, both for Africa and globally. Driven by its abundant natural resources, robust infrastructure, and a capable and motivated workforce, the country aspires to achieve a diverse and globally competitive economy. Tanzania is set to transform into an industrialized, knowledge-based, upper middle income country with $1 trillion economy and a per capita of $7,000. End of quote. We are talking about the next 24 years. Most of you in this room will still be alive, of course. The youth who are engaged during the BIMA debate will be occupying your seats. As an industry, in order to align with this vision, we have a role to play. As we keep saying, insurance is a catalyst for economic development, protecting balance sheet and providing peace of mind to investors. Our passion for growing business and better return on investment should not get in the way of looking or asking ourselves what might go wrong, and so many things can go wrong. We commend the organizing committee, led by Mr. Hamid Suleiman, for this year's theme, From Policy to Practice, Aligning Regulation, Policies, and Taxation for a Sustainable Insurance Market. The speakers we have had, mostly not directly from our industry, but our partners, regulators, collaborators, and the policies which they enforce affect our industry. Our deliberations have helped us appreciate what might go wrong. For example, if there is no compliance with the regulations. I believe when you go back, we will review our risk management frameworks so that we do not have to ask ourselves, how did this happen? This brings to the significance of the first Association of Tanzania Insurers 2026 Awards, which took place on 22nd May 2026, and we congratulate ATI for this initiative. The credibility of the process is highly appreciated, and it also increases the trust in our industry. To all the winners, congratulations. I am sure that the next one will be more competitive and attract more participants, and as we strive to win the awards, we'll be compelled to put our houses in order. Sincere appreciation also to all the delegates, media, for making it to Arusha, the Geneva of Africa. I hope you enjoyed the conference and you'll make a difference when you go back home. Thank you very much.
Rounds of applause for Madam President. The speech has been delivered by the CEO herself. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. And now let me take this opportunity to welcome Madam Khadija, the Deputy Commissioner of Insurance, just to give her remarks. Karibu.
Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, our guest of honor, Dr. Joshua, the Commissioner of Insurance, Dr. Bahari Sakware, and my brother, Mr. Suleiman. Habari za jioni as well. I take this opportunity to thank Almighty God for granting us good health and the privilege to be here today on this special occasion and to witness yet another beautiful day. I stand to extend my warm greetings and also to salute our esteemed partners in the industry as I have been requested to do so. My sincere greetings to you all today. I would also like to congratulate the organizer of this event for the outstanding work you have done from day one to today. I have seen and witnessed your dedication to giving back to the community through your support, your efforts in promoting insurance education, as well as wellness session to stretch and relax after the work. I truly commend you for these commendable initiatives. Together, let us continue to build and strengthen our industry. Together we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Commissioner, Madam Khadija. And it's my pleasure now to welcome the Commissioner of Insurance, Dr. Bagoye Sakware, to give his speech and then welcome the guest of honor.
Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Guest of honor, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Joshua Sumbili, Chairman of the Organizing Committee, Mr. Hamis Suleiman, President of the IIT, Mzee Mama Margaret Kongo, Deputy Commissioner of Insurance, Bi Khadija Said, CEOs present, very much. You have been continually putting awareness, professionalism, knowledge sharing, and collaboration within the industry since your establishment. And you have been doing this in a rotating for sustainable insurance market. The quality of the people who have made presentations, the quality of presentations and responses has highlighted the importance of regulation, importance of practice, policies, and establish a gap which requires interventions. As a regulator, we share a common responsibility to create an enabling environment that encourages innovation, enhances consumer protection, and promote sustainable market development. From time to time in these sessions, we have mentioned the importance of our industry, the importance of the sector, the critical role we play in the economic development by providing financial protection against risk, by supporting investment activities, enhancing business continuity, but more importantly, strengthening resilience among individuals, businesses, and community by helping them recover from unforeseen losses and shocks. This role is very critical and significant. And over years, we have made a lot of progress, which we need to celebrate. Of course, we are not saying we have ended there. We recognize and believe that excellence has no limit. There is always a room for improvement of policies, for improvement of regulatory interventions, but also for improvement of our own practices. So these present both challenges and opportunities. So the stakeholders need to intensify the efforts aiming at increasing public awareness, improving accessibility of insurance products, but above all, building trust of our services among the consumers. The theme of this year, Honorable Guest of Honor, debates on various areas. We debated on promotion of conducive business environment. We debated and discussed on enhancing insurance penetration. We are progressing. We are 2%, 2.11% to the GDP. We wanted to enhance even more. We discussed about strengthening consumer protection. We discussed also about support sustainable market growth and economic development. All these discussions highlight the importance of ensuring that laws, regulations, and tax policies complement the development of insurance sector rather than contradicting each other. So we have learned and we have taken a lot of important take-home which we need to translate into action. And I want to assure you, dear delegates, in our 5-year strategic plan, we have aligned with the issues discussed in this event and more or less discussed in the panels discussions. Our strategic plan has 6 major objectives. Allow me to mention them. One is, naomba niisome kwa Kiswahili. 1, kuendeleza soko la bima, kutoa elimu ya bima kwa umma, kufanya tafiti na tathmini. Hiyo ni objective number 1. Objective number 2, kusimamia utekelezaji wa bima ya afya kwa wote. Objective number 3, kuongeza idadi ya watoa huduma. Nia yetu ni kupata watoa huduma kila kata. Objective ya 4 ni matumizi na kuongeza matumizi ya huduma za bima na upatikanaji wa bidhaa na huduma za bima kwa wananchi. Objective number 5 ni kudhibiti udanganyifu, kufanya ukaguzi kwa ufanisi, kuongeza uwezo wa uandikishaji, increasing the capacity of underwriting. Kwa wale wasiojua Kiswahili, kuongeza uwezo wa uandikishaji na wa vihatarishi na uhimilivu wa soko la bima, sustainability of the insurance sector. The last objective, not the least, ni kuongeza matumizi ya tehama, the expansion of use of technology or digital solutions. So the discussions which has happened here is all aligned to our strategic 5-year plan, 2026, 2029, 2030. So I assure you that TIRA remains committed to fostering a sound, stable, and competitive insurance market. Our focus continues to be on strengthening regulatory oversight while ensuring that regulations supports the innovation and market growth. So anyone with the innovation, we are ready to support. I've heard one of my colleagues from the University of Dar es Salaam. If you have anyone with the products, we are ready to support the innovation, which gears about or which requires our market to grow. We are encouraging digital platforms, digital technologies, innovative distribution channels to expand insurance access among underserved population. Technology presents an unprecedented opportunity to bridge the existing gaps and brings insurance service closer to people. At the same time, we continue to strengthen consumer education, market conduct supervision. It is very important because we are not dealing with angels, unfortunately. We have to do the market conduct supervision to ensure that the policyholders receive a fair treatment, a fair coverage, but also quality services. Sustainable insurance market can only thrive when consumers have confidence in the product and the services being offered by the industry. Distinguished participants, achieving sustainable growth in the insurance sector requires collaborative effort among regulators, policymakers, tax authorities, insurers, intermediaries, and consumers. No single institutions can achieve these objectives. I was listening during the panel that there was a question from the facilitator about which institution can take a blame. I think we have to put the weight. And the more load will be to the service providers rather than regulators and policymakers. And we will discuss on the weighting there. With 10, if the weight is 10, which institution will take more? I think, Tiba, you have some amount of blame, yeah? So we will do the weighting and see which institution has to take the major weight. And I believe the service providers, out of 10, they have to take 6. And then all of us will remain with 4 and see how we can make it. Because you need to invest. You need to put money to the innovation. You need to equip the people on capabilities. You need to put technologies. You need to put, to go away with multi-practice and so forth. I'm particularly encouraged by the continuing commitment demonstrated by stakeholders represented here today. Your participation and the number of people who participated reflect a shared vision of building the modern, inclusive, and resilient insurance sector capable of supporting Tanzania's broader development aspiration. We are having a lot of projects in this country. What is our engagement? We have put some innovation, some institutions to increase our capability to provide services. Tanzania Agricultural Consortium needs more capital, needs more power, needs more capability. Tanzania Energy Consortium needs more capability and capital so that we can assume those risks. We can take those risks on board and other investment which a guest of honor will elaborate more. Allow me, dear guest of honor and participants, mteja wetu namba 1 ni mwananchi, sio Yanga. mwananchi wa Tanzania. Lakini mteja wetu mwingine ni taasisi zinazotoa huduma za bima. Na mteja wetu wa tatu ni serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Lazima tulipe kodi. Tuna enjoy kodi sana hapa, si ndio? Tuko na amani, tuko na infrastructure za kutosha, zote hizo ni kodi. Sasa hao wateja, nimesema wa kwanza ni mwananchi anayelipa premium, lakini yule taasisi inayotoa huduma kwa kuthubutu kuanzisha biashara, na serikali kwa kutoa huduma za kiserikali ambazo ni direct na indirect. Wanahitaji mambo yafuatayo. Kuna haja kama soko la bima tuongeze bidii na uwezo wa kuboresha mahusiano yetu na wadau wetu, namna tunavyohudumia wateja wetu. Kampuni ya bima inavyoonekana wakati wa underwriting na kampuni ya bima inavyoonekana wakati wa claims, kuna tofauti. Lazima tujifunze kuhudumia wateja wetu. Bahati mbaya sana, bima ni biashara. Bima imeshakuwa siasa, sababu tuko kwenye bima ya afya kwa wote, ni siasa. Lakini bima ni maisha. Hivyo tunawahimiza kuongeza thamani kwenye bidhaa zetu, kwamba kuongeza thamani kwenye bidhaa zetu ni wajibu wetu. Jinsi tunavyohudumia mteja ambaye ni namba moja, mwananchi, na kuongeza thamani kwenye ile huduma ni wajibu wetu. Kuongeza huduma zetu kuwafikia wananchi wengi ni wajibu wetu. Ndio maana kuja kwenye ile 6, unaona unaenda kuipata. Nikigeji ile max 10 hapa napata 6 kwa watu wa huduma. Kurahisisha na kuongeza kasi katika kutoa huduma zetu kwa kutumia teknolojia ni wajibu wetu, sio regulator. Kuhakikisha kampuni zetu zinazingatia utawala bora na kulinda maslahi ya wadau wetu, wafanyakazi wake, wafanyakazi wanaofanya kwenye insurance company, ni wajibu wetu. Kuhakikisha kwa kampuni zetu zinakuwa na faida, profitability, ni wajibu wa kampuni, ni wajibu wetu. Kwa sababu kama investor amewekeza, amekuajiri, alafu hamna profitability, hataondoka nchini. Kuhakikisha kwa kampuni zinakuwa na ukwasi, zinapanuka, zina grow, ni wajibu wetu. Kuzuia na kufichua vitendo vya udanganyifu ndani na nje ya kampuni ni wajibu wetu. Kulipa malipo halali kwa urahisi, uwepesi na viwango stahiki ni wajibu wetu. Kutii sheria, kanuni, taratibu na best practices ya mfumo wa bima ni wajibu wetu. Tuzingatie na tutimize wajibu wetu, tutakuwa salama na huwezi kumlaumu mtu yoyote na hutalaumiwa na mtu yoyote. Kutokutimiza wajibu ambao nimeutaja hapa unaleta utamaduni wa kulalamika na kulaumu. Tutimize wajibu wetu, soko letu litakuwa. Dear delegates, industry should appreciate that compliance is not just following rules. It is about protecting policyholders and beneficiaries, building confidence, which we all need, and supporting the growth and sustainability. Let me conclude by saying the following. In regulating our market, I do repeat these several times, we are driven by a philosophical standing to create an environment where insurance can thrive and grow. That is our philosophical standing which drives our regulatory space in Tanzania. We are also driven by a philosophical standing where insurance or investors can benefit and get the returns on their investment. The profitability is also at our heart. Because we know when you get a profit, you will pay taxes. That's very important. We are also driven by the philosophical standing that public can trust the system. That someone can say, I can go and buy insurance because I am protected. And therefore, our faces when we do underwriting, our images when we pay claims is very important. And every policyholder can feel protected. In closing, allow me once again to congratulate Insurance Institute of Tanzania, Organizing Committee Chair and members and delegates for a wonderful and important event. And thank you all participants for the support you have made to make this event successful. Thank you very much. Kwa heshima na kwa unyenyekevu mkubwa naomba nikukaribishe mgeni rasmi kutoa speech yake.
Habari za jioni. Ni bahati mbaya sana hotuba imeandikwa kwa Kiswahili na mimi nitaisoma kama ilivyo kwa Kiswahili. Mimi kwa kweli nimefurahi kuwepo hapa na najisikia amani kumwakilisha bosi wangu, katibu mkuu Wizara ya Fedha na mlipaji mkuu wa serikali. Nataka kusema tu mbele ya kundi kwamba hichi ninachokisoma hapa ni cha katibu mkuu Wizara ya Fedha, ni hotuba yake. Kwa every word tutakayosoma hapa inamaanisha amesemwa na PST ambaye ni mlipaji mkuu wa serikali. Kwa wale ambao bahati mbaya wa Kiswahili, nafikiri Organizing Committee watafanya utaratibu wa kuitafsiri ili kila mtu basi aipate na aweze kuifanyia kazi. Baada ya kusoma maneno ya kutangulizi, nasoma kama ilivyokuwa imeandikwa. Daktari Bagayo Sakwae, Commissioner wa usimamizi wa bima. Bi Hadija Saidi, Naibu Commissioner wa bima. Bi Margaret Ikongo, Rais wa taasisi ya bima. Ndugu Suleiman hapa. Lakini vile vile natambua uwepo wa viongozi wa serikali na wa mamlaka za usimamizi wa bima mliopo, lakini wenye viti vile vile wa vyama au associations za bima mliopo na ma-CEOs mbalimbali mliopo, viongozi na watendaji wa mamlaka ya bima. Nafikiri kamishna yuko peke yake, pamoja na watendaji na viongozi wa taasisi ya bima Tanzania, wakuu na watendaji wa taasisi za bima mliopo, waandishi wa habari, mabibi na mabwana, na wasalimu wote kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Kazi na utu. Ndugu washiriki, awali ya yote napenda kuchukua nafasi hii kumshukuru sana Mungu mwingi wa rehema kwa kutujalia sote uzima na afya na kutukutanisha katika tukio hili muhimu la kuhitimisha maadhimisho ya 29 ya siku ya bima Tanzania kwa mwaka 2026. Na huyu kutoa pongezi za dhati kabisa kwa waandaaji wa tukio hili chini ya uratibu wa Taasisi ya Bima Tanzania wakishirikiana na Mamlaka ya Usimamizi wa Bima Tanzania na wadau wote walioshiriki katika kufanya maandalizi ya kusanyiko hili. Kuendelea kuratibu jukwaa hili kunatoa fursa adhimu ya kuwakutanisha wadau wa sekta kila mwaka na kuwa chachu ya mageuzi na maboresho ya sera, sheria, kanuni na miongozo ya sekta ya bima nchini. Nimesikiliza panel iliyopita hapa, wanazungumzia kodi, wanazungumzia ni sera za kodi, sera za fedha na vitu vingi. Kwa hiyo tunapojadiliana hapa, serikali ipo inasikia kwa mabadiliko na maboresho mengi ya sera, kanuni, miongozo na kila kitu kinatokana na mjadala kama hii. Kwa hiyo tusikate tamaa, tuendelee kujadiliana yale yanayowezekana yatekelezwa na yale ambayo hayawezekani yanasogezwa mbele. Lakini nadhani kwamba serikali iko tayari kutekeleza yote mengi ambayo yanatokana na mikutano kama hii kwa ajili ya kuendeleza sekta ya bima na sekta nyingine. Ndugu washiriki, ni dhahiri kuwa kwa miongo zaidi ya 4 sasa, siku ya bima imekuwa ni limekuwa sio tukio la kawaida, bali ni jukwaa la kimkakati linalohamasisha uelewa wa wananchi kuhusu umuhimu wa bima katika maisha yao ya kila siku. Hii inachangiwa zaidi na baadhi ya matukio yanayoambatana na siku yenyewe. Umesikia kitu kama hicho, kama vile matembezi maalum na huduma za kijamii ambazo tunazifanya kwenye kongamano kama hili. Lakini vile vile nimeambiwa kwa mfano mligawa mlikuwa na watu wa bodaboda, mkagawa helmet, mkagawa reflector. Kwa yote hayo pamoja na mafunzo ya usalama mlitoa vile vile na kusikia. Kwa yote hayo naisaidia serikali kufanya shughuli ambayo pengine itakiwa ifanywe na serikali, lakini taasisi ya bima au wadau wa bima mnafanya kwa niaba ya serikali, tunawashukuru sana. Aidha, nichukue nafasi hii kuwapongeza kwa kuendeleza matembezi maalum ambapo pamoja na ushiriki wa wananchi yanasaidia vile vile kujenga au kuboresha afya zetu. Ndugu washiriki, ni kweli usiopingika kuwa bima bila uwepo wa sekta imara ya bima, juhudi za serikali katika kufanikisha miradi mikubwa ya maendeleo ikiwemo ya miundombinu ya nishati, ya madini, ya kilimo zingeweza kuwa katika hatari kubwa. Hivyo basi, kuadhimisha siku hii ni kuunga mkono juhudi za serikali na wadau wote kuhakikisha kuwa elimu ya bima inawafikia wananchi wengi zaidi na kuongeza kiwango cha matumizi ya huduma za bima nchini. Aidha, tukio hili linatoa fursa ya kutathmini maendeleo ya sekta ya bima, kujadili changamoto zake na kuweka mikakati ya pamoja ya kuimarisha mchango wake katika uchumi wa taifa. Nimezungumzia sana hapa swala ya kodi, lakini nimezungumzia zaidi ambapo nimesikia kwa nini bima sana inapatikana, yani sekta kubwa iko kwenye magari magari ndio wanakupa na. Sasa kujiuliza ni kwa nini? Ni kwa sababu ni mandatory, ndio hivyo. Ina maana kwamba inawezekana serikali au sisi humu hatujafanya kazi kubwa ya kuelimisha wananchi umuhimu wa bima. Ina maana kwamba ukitoa leo sio lazima ulipie gari yako bima, na Watanzania asilimia zaidi ya 80 hawatalipa bima kwa sababu hawaelewi manufaa ya bima. Sasa nadhani ni jukumu letu sana, sio la TIRA peke yake, jukumu la taasisi wadau wa bima wenyewe, taasisi ya bima kuendelea kutoa elimu leo na kesho kutwa, ili watu wengi wajue umuhimu wa bima. Kuna bima ziko za aina mbalimbali. Kwa hiyo nadhani kwamba hii ni changamoto ambayo ni yetu sote, tunataka tuibebe ili tuweze kuifanyia kazi, tusitegemee zaidi magari ambayo kwa sababu ni mandatory. Na ni kweli hata ya bima ya afya, watumishi wa umma wengi ukiwasikiliza sasa, bila serikali kutukata kwa mshahara kutuambia tulipe, hakuna atakayelipa. Sasa inawezekana ni uelewa, au inawezekana ndio hizo msema pricing na vitu kama hivyo, au mtu akisha pata anapataje huduma ile ambayo ameilipia. Pengine labda kuna shida huko, kwa lazima tufanye utafiti na discussion ili tujue tatizo liko wapi. Kwa nini wananchi watambui umuhimu wa bima? Iwe bima ya magari, bima ya nyumba, bima ya moto, bima zote, hata mpaka bima ya afya. Kwa ni kazi ambayo tudhani kwamba tunataka kuifanya wote kama serikali, na nafikiri na jumuiko hiyo nafikiri nimediscuss vitu kama hivyo na kujaribu kupeana mbinu mbalimbali za kujaribu kupenetrate kwenye soko la Tanzania kwa upande wa bima. Ndugu washiriki, nimefahamishwa kuwa kauli mbiu ya mkutano wa mwaka huu ninasema ni kutoka sera hadi utekelezaji, kulinganisha usimamizi, sera, kodi kwa soko endelevu la bima. Kauli mbiu hii imekuja katika kipindi sahihi ambacho taifa linaelekea kuanza utekelezaji wa dira 2050 ndani ya siku chache zijazo hapo tarehe 1 Julai 2026, ambayo inahitaji ushirikishwaji wa sekta zote mbili, yani sekta ya umma na sekta binafsi, ili kujenga uchumi imara. Sekta ya bima ni moja ya sekta inayotegemewa sana katika kufikia malengo ya bima. Unapozungumzia sekta binafsi, wengi ndo wanatoa ndo wanacover hizo za biashara zao na kadhalika na kadhalika. Kwa unapozungumzia sekta binafsi, hata unapozungumzia serikali huwezi kuacha sekta ya bima. Kwa nadhani kwamba mchango wenu kama wadau katika utekelezaji wa dira 2050 ni mkubwa sana, na tunawategemea sana kama serikali. Serikali inatambua kuwa ili sekta ya bima iweze kutoa mchango stahiki na iweze kukua kwa kasi na ufanisi, lazima kuwepo na uwiano sahihi kati ya sera na mipango ya maendeleo ya usimamizi, uwezeshi na mazingira bora ya kodi. Nimezungumzia kodi kama ulisema toka umeanza hapa, imetawala kodi. Kwa hiyo serikali inatambua hilo. Lakini zipo avenue nyingi. Umeuliza swali moja pale, umepeleka barua zako, nafikiri pengine iko chini sana pengine. Lakini nadhani hata timing ya mkutano kama huu. Sasa hivi finance bill ndio umetoka. Jana ndio umepitishwa. Labda mimi nitegemea ije labda kabla, wakati ile task force ya masuala ya kodi inaendelea kuchakata, kikao hiki kingekuwa imekaa, kikaja na maazimio, alafu katuma, kwa sababu ile na invite team kutoka sehemu mbalimbali kwa ajili ya kuja present vitu vyao. Nafikiri timing vile vile ni sio nani sana. Nidhani kwamba pengine ingekuja kabla, au hata kama sio kabla, basi ingekuja baada ya finance bill kutoka, ili mjadala mkubwa huu uwe ni ile finance bill na jinsi bima, sekta ya bima ilivyoguswa. Sasa iko in between, haijaja kabla, kwa inawezekana haiweza kuweka input kwenye finance bill. Imekuja wakati finance imetoka jana, kabla haijatoka. Kwa hiyo vile vile hamna nafasi ya kuijadili finance bill, kuangalia hata kama mlipeleka baadhi ya mawazo yenu ni jinsi gani yalivyozingatiwa, ili going forward mweze kuyatable tena. Kwa nidhani kwamba hata timing mweza kurekebisha ili iendane sana na masuala ya mchakato ambao unatumika kuestablish kodi na tozo mbalimbali kwa mwaka ujao wa fedha. Hiyo ilikuwa ni mawazo yangu na maoni yangu tu. Au kama sio hivyo, basi ije baada ya finance bill moja ya mjadala wa kikosi hiki, ili kuweza kutoa mrejesho kwa serikali. Hivyo kama nilivyosema, serikali iko tayari. Hivyo serikali kupitia Wizara ya Fedha itaendelea kuboresha sera, sheria na kanuni kwa kuangalia na kuboresha mifumo ya kodi inayoathiri sekta ya bima, na kuhakikisha kuwa mabadiliko yanayofanyika yanazingatia uendelevu wa sekta hiyo. Ndugu wananchi, ndugu washiriki, serikali inatambua upekee wa sekta ya bima. Toka nimefika nazungumzia special sector, kwamba hii ni tofauti na sekta nyingine. Kuna vitu vingine ambavyo huwezi ikafanana na sekta nyingine. Kwa hiyo tunatambua upekee wa sekta ya bima na namna inavyofanya biashara tofauti na biashara nyingine. Sekta hii inahusisha usimamizi wa vihatarishi na majanga ya kiuchumi na kijamii, malipo ya madai, uwekezaji wa muda mrefu na kuchangia katika mifumo ya kifedha yenye mzunguko maalum. Kutokana na upekee huu, kumekuwepo na changamoto kadhaa, hususan katika nafasi zisizo wazi katika tafsiri zisizo wazi za baadhi ya kodi nimezungumza hapo zinazotozwa, utozwaji wa kodi unaoleta mkanganyiko na ukosefu wa uelewa wa kutosha wa shughuli za bima kwa baadhi ya wadau na wasimamizi wa masuala ya kodi. Hali hii inaweza kuongeza gharama za uendeshaji ambazo matokeo yake yanaweza kuathiri jitihada za kuongeza bidhaa mpya sokoni na upanuzi wa upatikanaji wa huduma za wananchi. Hata hivyo, changamoto hizi zinatoa fursa ya kufanya mijadala ya kitaalamu ili kuweza kuboresha mifumo yetu ya kodi ili iwe rafiki na inayochochea ukuaji wa sekta. Hivyo serikali kupitia Wizara ya Fedha itaendelea kushirikiana na wadau mbalimbali hususan wa bima katika kuhakikisha kuwa mifumo ya kodi inakuwa wezeshi na inayoendana na uhalisia wa sekta ya bima. Kwa hiyo msisite pale inapotokea kuna kitu ambacho kinakwaza kuwasiliana na serikali kwa ajili ya kujaribu kuboresha. Lakini wakati mwingine ni kuelimisha. Kabla kuleta ili boreshwe, hebu toa nafasi kwanza ya kuelimisha. Inawezekana mko kwenye sekta, wengine wanaotoa maamuzi na wanaotoa sera hawako kwenye sekta ya bima. Pamoja na kuleta madai, lakini vile vile na elimu lazima itolewe ili tujue. Na elimu ya nyingi inakuwa ni kile ambacho kinafanyika kama ni theory na nini, lakini vile vile hata kubenchmark na baadhi ya nchi nyingine ambazo zina masuala hayo yanaendaje na wanafanikiwa namna gani. Ndugu washiriki, kiacha changamoto za kikodi ambazo tumezungumza kwa kirefu sana, kumekuwepo na changamoto nyingine mbalimbali zinazoikabili sekta ya bima, ikiwemo maendeleo ya sayansi na teknolojia katika sekta ya fedha, mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, pamoja na uelewa mdogo wa wananchi kuhusu huduma za fedha ikiwemo bima. Hivyo ni muhimu ni matumaini yangu kuwa maadhimisho ya siku ya bima yanawekwa jukwaa muhimu la kujadili maendeleo ya sekta ya bima na changamoto zake pamoja na kuzipatia ufumbuzi na kutoa mapendekezo yatakayosaidia kuboresha sera, sheria, kanuni na miongozo ya sekta ndogo ya bima. Serikali inaendelea kupokea maoni, mapendekezo na ushauri kutoka kwa wadau mbalimbali ikiwemo wadau wa sekta ndogo ya bima kwa lengo la kuboresha na kuweka mazingira ya wezeshi ya kisera na kisheria yanayolenga kukuza soko la bima na kuongeza ujumuishwaji wa wananchi katika kupata huduma za bima ikiwemo bima ya afya, bima ya kilimo, bima kwa ajili ya kulinda uwekezaji na serikali pamoja na sekta binafsi. Hivyo napenda kuchukua fursa hii kuhakikishia kuwa serikali ipo tayari kusikiliza, kujifunza na kuchukua hatua kulingana na mapendekezo yatakayotolewa na wadau wa sekta hii katika kuongeza na kuboresha upatikanaji wa huduma jumuishi za bima na ambazo zinawalenga wananchi wa kipato cha chini ikiwemo wakulima, mama na babalishe, wafanyabiashara wadogo na watu wenye ulemavu. Kwa hiyo mlango iko wazi kwa ajili ya majadiliano na kuboresha pale ambapo panahitaji kuboreshwa. Ndugu washiriki, jambo muhimu la kusisitiza ni kuwa mafanikio ya sekta ya bima kama ilivyo kwa sekta nyingine hayawezi kupatikana kwa jitihada za upande mmoja pekee. Yanahitaji ushirikiano wa karibu kati ya serikali na sekta binafsi, uwiano kati ya usimamizi na ukuaji wa biashara na uwajibikaji kutoka kwa wadau wote. Hivyo naomba nitoe rai kwa wadau wote katika sekta ya bima kuongeza juhudi katika kutoa elimu ya bima kwa wananchi, kuendelea kubuni bidhaa na huduma mbalimbali katika jamii kama vile vijana, wakulima, wafanyabiashara wadogo na wa bodaboda, na kama juzi kutoa elimu waliopo mjini na vijijini wote tuwe covered. Aidha, watoa huduma za bima kuendelea kuimarisha uadilifu na uwazi katika utoaji huduma za bima, kwani hii ndio chachu ya uendelevu wa sekta ndogo ya bima. Na hapa mmezungumzia sana swala hilo. Ni matumaini yangu kuwa mjadala iliyofanyika tangu umeanza kongamano hili itakuwa chachu ya mabadiliko chanya katika sekta ya bima nchini na kufanya kuwa himilivu yenye faida na inayowakinga watu na mali zao. Ndugu wananchi, ninatambua swala la kodi limejadiliwa kwa kina katika mkutano huu, ikiwa ni pamoja na kuainisha changamoto mbalimbali, kujadili mapendekezo ya maboresho, lakini pia kufikia baadhi ya maazimio muhimu. Napenda kuwahimiza waandaaji kuhakikisha kuwa mapendekezo na maazimio yote yanaandaliwa vizuri na kuwasilishwa wizarani kupitia mamlaka ya usimamizi wa bima ili yaweze kufanyiwa kazi ipasavyo. Ndugu washiriki, ninapoelekea kuhitimisha hotuba yangu, nirejee kusema kuwa sekta ya bima ni mhimili muhimu katika kufanikisha ajenda ya maendeleo ya taifa, hususani utekelezaji wa dira 2050 na pia utekelezaji wa mpango mkuu wa kitaifa wa kuendeleza sekta ya fedha. Kupitia sekta hii, serikali inapata uhakika wa utekelezaji wa miradi mikubwa ya maendeleo katika taifa letu. Wawekezaji wanapata ulinzi wa mitaji yao na wananchi wanapata kinga dhidi ya majanga. Hivyo, sekta hii ya bima inapaswa kuendelea kuimarishwa ili iweze kuwa kichocheo cha ukuaji wa uchumi jumuishi na endelevu. Ndugu washiriki, kwa mara nyingine tena napenda kutumia jukwaa hili kuipongeza Taasisi ya Bima Tanzania na Mamlaka ya Usimamizi wa Bima Tanzania kwa kuandaa jukwaa hili muhimu na jitihada wanazofanya katika kusimamia na kukuza sekta ya bima nchini. Hii inadhihirishwa na ukuaji wa sekta ya bima nchini ambao umebainishwa na takwimu mbalimbali ambazo zinatolewa na TIRA. Baada ya kusema haya, kwa heshima na taadhima, napenda kutamka kuwa maadhimisho ya 29 ya siku ya bima Tanzania ya mwaka 2026 yamehitimishwa rasmi. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza.
Makofi mengi, makofi mengi. Na endelea kusimama kwa sababu najua umechoka. Makofi mengi. Karibuni sana. Karibu sana. Sasa mgeni rasmi, ningeomba unisaidie zoezi mbili tu. You can have a seat. Oh, sorry. Nigerians, you don't understand Kiswahili here. Mgeni rasmi, naomba unisaidie kwa mambo mawili tu. Kwanza, upige picha na wadau ambao ni muhimu sana kwa tukio ya siku ya leo. Na pili, kuna tuzo ambazo zitatolewa kwa ajili ya walioshiriki. Ladies and gentlemen, time is not on our side. So if you delay, I will pass. And you can take your picture tomorrow during the golf tournament, right? So let's be a little bit faster. I start with the Governing Council, IIT. Governing Council, just come here, be... Governing Council, IIT, please just stand behind the guest of honor. Followed by directors and shareholders in the house, if you know you're a director and a shareholder in the house. Directors and shareholders in the house. Directors of insurance companies, shareholders of insurance companies. Then will be followed immediately by the CEOs of insurance companies and reinsurance companies. Yeah, I saw quite a number of directors, so I thought we need to give them their special time. Manasseh and Dr. Flora, you also? I also forgot. Asa mwenye kiti chake atarudi, sasa usimpe kiti cha mtu mwingine. Thank you so much, CEOs of insurance companies and reinsurance companies. CEOs of reinsurance companies and insurance companies. Followed by leaders of the association. Then followed by, we have a big delegates from TIRA. Wapiga picha mtupange vizuri, kama tuenei basi tupige oilo nani mbili. Then brokers. Yeah, insurance come. Oh, no. My friend. No, it's good to aspire. It's good to aspire. You can.
I'll just be here waiting.
Kama tunaenea useme. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you're a basi leaders of the brokerage. The CEOs of the brokers and the reinsurance brokers. CEOs, principal officers, insurance brokers, reinsurance brokers. Would I also allow the actuarial, I know they are here, also to join? I know the actuarial are also around. Agripa, hujui unahusika wapi? Ndio tatizo lako. You are an insurance broker, so come. Tatizo ya watu wa Tandale hawa. Oh. No. Yeah, Steve is a reinsurance broker. Agripa unaringa. Thank you. The governing leaders of the associations, if you're there, remain. Leaders of the associations. Then followed by TIRA. Kama ni kitu ambacho kinanifurahisha sana ni commissioner, ni wakilishi wa TIRA kwenye shughuli za insurance. They really come in big number. Jamani, makofi kwa TIRA. Yani it is TIRA alafu Simba wa Bima ndo wamekuwa wengi zaidi. Sasa ulitaka niseme wapi sasa? Kwani ulikuwepo? Thank you. TIRA. Then I'm told the sponsors also want photos. Yeah, hiyo ndo TIRA. TIRA, thank you so much. Organizing committee, please. No, before organizing committee, just come, but I need speakers. I was almost forgetting. Dr. Lupilia, how do you feel to be a doctor?
Great.
Dr. Land Cruiser. Speakers means even moderators. The panelists, moderators. Dr. Tizolenu, you are here, you spoke, so you are called a speaker. Then organizing committee. Oh yeah, including yesterday's, please. Now I remember Dr. Manasseh was there. If that is done, then allow me welcome the organizing committee. They've done a commendable job. Thank you so much, speakers. Dr. Mbepo. This year we must be all doctors. Dr. Omari. Nimeambiwa sponsors wanaweza katoua huku nje. Mgeni rasmi, nisamehe tu kwa sababu hawa ndo wametuletea hela hapa. Naomba nitawaleta kwa vikundi. Sasa nianze na Platinum. That is Tanzania Insurance Corporation. Oh yeah, you are big in number. Then leo tungekoma. Bia ingekata saa 2 kama jana. Jana bwana bia ilikata saa 2, nikakutana na watu the hub. People do not sleep in Arusha. Then gold sponsors, Meticulous, Sanlam Alliance and IC Lion. Come please. Thank you so much, Tandri. Thank you so much for generosity. You always make our events colorful. And get ready for the big event. Gold sponsors, Meticulous, Sanlam Alliance and IC Lion. No, even IC Lion from Zambia, you can come. Then I need silver sponsors. East Africa Re, the Heritage Insurance, CRDB, and Afro Asian. After that, I'll do bronze. We do it very fast. East Africa Re, the Heritage, CRDB, and Afro Asian. Some of you can use the, oh, okay. Oh, you just want to pass next to the MC, okay. Let's be fast. Then followed by bronze, Metro Life Alliance, ATI, Bank of Tanzania, Busara, GA, Milembe, Grandri, MUA, Strategies, Zanzibar Insurance, Zebri, Resolution. I will not repeat. That means you are not here. Followed by partners, Albakar, Aris, Assemble, Britam, Fast Assurance, Ematic Technologies, Jubilee Health, Jubilee Life, Liaison, Mayfair, Mo, Reliance, Tanzania, Zedazitakafu, Workers' Compensation, and I will not repeat. Thank you so much, Thank you for the sponsorship. That's why we are here. Yeah, that's why we are in Arusha. And the next year, we want to go to places we've never been. We've never been to Mtwara. We've never been to Kigoma. We've never been to Rorya. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. And that marks the end of the photo session. You can walk down stairs. Mgeni rasmi, naomba utusaidie kazi ya mwisho. Na kwenye kazi hii nitaomba msimame. We would want to recognize the speakers. And I will start with Charles Chanya. Yes. Mtapandia kule alafu mtashukia huku. Pandia kule mtashukia huku. Then I will be very, very fast. Mr. Isa Kisongo. Secretariat mnaniangusha. Wakati I told you hii kitu zamani sana. Ana umeshika kazi mwenyewe. Safi sana. Give it to the guest of honor. Give it to the guest of honor. Unapokea mikono ya baraka huko. Angalia picha, angalia picha. Isa Kisongo, followed by Ibrahim Muhana, followed by Hodhan, followed by Dr. Anselim, followed by Dr. Kennedy Komba, followed by Elizabeth Mwanguku, followed by, followed by
This is as a speaker, but I was not recognized as an actuary. Although we are regulated by TIRA, you counted brokers, insurance, everybody except actuaries. And I'm sure there are some actuaries in my
tatizo usikii Kiswahili. Niliita brokers na actuary nikawaita. Pole sana. Yeah, pole. Wakati Agrippa aligoma kuja na wewe nilikuita. Jifunze Kiswahili. 50 years in Tanzania. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let them come faster. Then I have a special one for Mr. Yusuf Mwenda, who, yes, he will take on behalf. He was supposed to be with us physically, but then majukumu yamekuwa mengi kidogo. Then I will have one for Mr. Emmanuel Tutuba, and this will also be taken on behalf by the presenter. Then I have the one for Jumanne Mbepo. Jumanne Mbepo. Subiri kidogo walete chako. Hai kipo. Oh, Jumanne Mbepo. Then the last one, the second last is for Dr. Bagayo Sakware. Then this event was hosted by two people, Mr. Oyuke. Mr. Oyuke. And Oyuke utakuja kutangaza mwingine anayeenda kuchukua. But nzuri, all the hosts this time are coming from kanda maalum ya kipolisi.
Naambiwa anayefuata ni Jared Awendo.
Thank you, thank you. The last one would be the trophies to the sponsors. Tanri. Tanri, makofi jamani kwa Tanri. I saw something very elegant today that you need to be happy when you are supporting somebody. You never know, you are supporting him at his last breath. Meticulous, Sanlam Alliance, and IC Lion, in that order. Tanri wamekupigia jamani makofi, kama mtaki pombe ya kate, makofi mengi sana mpaka asubuhi. Smart casual. Usije na tai. Ile uje na kikoi kama utapata. Silver sponsors, East Africa. The Heritage. Tembo wa bima, tembo. Affirmation. Thank you. Salam, next year you need to do something big. Now you are bigger. You are owning 3 companies. Bronze sponsors, apparently I'm not repeating, so if you don't hear your name, Suleiman taught me to be very attentive. Bronze sponsors, Metropolitan Alliance Corporation, Insurance Corporation, ATI, Bank of Tanzania, Busara, GA, Grandry, MUA, Strategies, Zanzibar Insurance Corporation, Zebri, Resolution, Milembe. Subirini kidogo tu picha tutapiga wote. Then immediately after this there is evening tea. Man, you're very happy. When swara wa bima. Because somebody was telling me Simba cannot sit alone in the jungle. We ni bima gani sasa? Au na kule nao kuna fisi wa bima. Al-Baraka, the final will be partners. Al-Baraka, Aris, Assemble, Britam, Fast Assurance, Ematic Technologies, Jubilee Health, Jubilee Life, Liaison Tanzania, Mayfair, More Assurance, Reliance, Tanzindia, ZIC Takaful, WCF, then Newton. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, our sponsors. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Isa. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Then this group will be followed by General Justice, Alliance Insurance Corporation, IMPEX, Association of Tanzania Loss Adjusters and Surveyors, Atlas, Insurance Journal, Sustain Digital, Bima Sokoni, Doctor, Director, wewe ndo bima gani? Chagua mnyama. Liz, you need just call them, whoever you have on the, not a must, whatever you have on the hand, please. Thank you. Just call randomly whatever you have at hand so that they come and we can beat time. We can beat time. Thank you so much. Asante sana mzee. Mzee anapata zawadi. Oh, I'm very sorry. She's from Al-Baraka. Nimesema Al-Bakara. Al-Bakara. Make it fast, please. Make it fast. Just pick whatever you have and call the names. Anna, can you come? The Vice Chair. As we finish, vote of thanks. No, not vote of thanks yet. Leta yote akapige picha. Naomba zawadi ya waheshimiwa. Ziko mbili. Nimeambiwa kuna zawadi ya katibu mkuu mwenyewe ambaye ndo hiyo, mpe commissioner atoe. Jamani, makofi ufikishe hiyo ujumbe kwa katibu mkuu. Alafu kuna zawadi ya mgeni rasmi, zawadi ya mgeni rasmi. Zawadi ya mgeni rasmi. Mgeni rasmi, Mungu akubariki sana. Umetoa speech kama speech moja aliyetoa Obama juzi, aliyerudi kule presidential hemisphere. Mungu akubariki sana. Dakika moja tunajua unawahi, lakini kuna closing vote of thanks ya dakika moja tu, tukae kidogo.
The guest of honor, Joshua Msubili, Commissioner of Insurance, Dr. Bagaya Sakware, the Deputy Commissioner, Madam Hadija Saidi, President IIT, Margaret Ikongo, Chairman of the Organizing Committee, Mr. Hamisi Suleiman. Good evening. As the Vice Chairman of the Organizing Committee, it is my absolute honor and privilege to stand before you today to propose the vote of thanks for this momentous conference. Our theme for this year, From Policy to Practice, Aligning Regulation, Policies and Taxation for Sustainable Insurance Market, was not just a little on the banner. Was not just a title on the banner. It has been a living, breathing dialogue over the past few days. We set out to find a roadmap that bridged the gap between the word on paper and actionable, sustainable result in the market, and looking at the confidently say we have taken a massive step forward. First and foremost, I would like to express our profound gratitude to our guest of honor. Thank you for gracing this event, for your powerful opening remark, and for demonstrating a clear commitment to support the alignment of regulation and taxation to ensure our industry thrives sustainably. Second, thank you very much to our sponsor for making the conference a success. To our keynote speakers, panelists, and facilitator, you are the engine of this conference. Thank you for sharing your deep expertise, for challenging our perspective, and for bringing real-world solutions to the table regarding how we can balance regulatory compliance, fair taxation, and growth market. A special thank you goes to Tanzania Regulatory Authority and all policy formulating bodies present. You are willing to engage with industry direct is what makes the transition from the policy to practice actually possible. To the chairman of the organizing committee, Mr. Suleiman Hamis, and my fellow committee members, thank you for the countless hours of planning, the sleepless night, and the seamless coordination to bring this event to life. To our event planner and logistic team, thank you for working tirelessly behind the scene. Most important to you, our delegates, a conference is not only as good as its participant. Thank you for your active participation, your sharp insight during question and answer session, and your dedication to shaping a sustainable future for insurance industry. As we leave this conference hall, let us remember that the real work begins now. The alignment we spoke of must move from this room into our offices, our boardroom, and our daily operations. Let us turn these policies into sustainable practice that protect our people and grow our economy. Thank you very much once again. I wish you all safe travel back to your destination. For those who go for the golf tournament, best of luck, and to all golf players, and wishing a fantastic trip to everyone going to the excursion. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice President. Just two announcements, then we leave. Gala dinner will be at Mount Meru from 6:30. Tomorrow, for those who are going for excursions and golf will be at Kili Golf Course. And the excursion will all start from the hotels. Watch on the announcements from the announcements platform. Ndugu mgeni rasmi, sasa kwa heshima naomba nikuruhusu endelee na masuala mengine ya kujenga taifa. Mungu awabariki sana. Jamani, naomba tusimame wakati mgeni rasmi anaondoka. There is tea. Kuna chai or coffee. Jamani, hata makofi kwa mgeni rasmi wakati anaondoka. Asanteni sana. Now, the biggest announcement is for the winners of golf tournament tomorrow. One winner, fully sponsored trip to the King of the Coast Mombasa final, sponsored by Simba Wabima. See you tomorrow for all the golfers, but walevi waliobaki mjini tukutane baadaye. Asanteni sana, obrigado. Your host for the day was Simba Wabima. Asanteni sana. Jamani, makofi kwangu. Makofi kwa Mr. Oyuke, director mwenzangu. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.